Chapter 202. The name of the firewood forest came from the Phoenix volcano in the middle of the forest. The volcano would erupt once every 100 years, but this primitive forest had never been damaged. This was all thanks to the efforts of the Feng people. The reason why ordinary people would not live here was not only because they were afraid of the volcano, but at the same time there were also a large number of ferocious beasts living in this forest. While walking through the rugged forest, Feng Nu introduced the various animals in the forest to Nian Bing and the rest. "Sister, these animals are so ferocious. Why didn't they disturb us?" They had already walked for half a day, and it felt like they had walked for a long time. But the firewood forest was still boundless. When Feng Nu heard Lan Chen's question, she smiled and said, "Although animals do not have the intelligence of humans, they are still very intelligent. In this forest, we, the Taunting tribe, are the kings of the forest. No matter what kind of animals, once they feel the aura of the Feng people on us, they will all avoid us. Naturally, they will not come and offend us." Long Ling giggled and said, "So animals also bully the weak and fear the strong?" "Sister Feng Nu, how much longer do we have to walk before we reach the parasol tree forest where the Feng people live?" Feng Nu smiled and said, "We will be there soon. Our speed is very fast. I don't know how long this primitive forest has been growing for, although it makes people feel that there is no end. In fact, behind the giant tree is our parasol tree forest." Feng Nu was speaking when Nian Bing's expression suddenly changed. She looked forward and shouted, "Who is it?" 3 figures flashed like lightning in the forest. After a few graceful rises and falls, they had already appeared 10 zhang away from the group. They were 3 young men, and all of them were men. The leader was as tall as Nian Bing, and he had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He wore ordinary clothes made of coarse cloth that couldn't conceal his heroic aura, and he had short fiery red hair that stood on end. When he landed and stood still, his gaze was already fixed on Feng Nu's body. His eyes were constantly fluctuating, filled with longing. It was also filled with some indescribable negative emotions. Feng Nu was also somewhat stunned. Looking at this handsome young man, her face was somewhat stiff. "Feng Ying." Feng Ying's expression was complicated as he shifted his gaze from Feng Nu to the others. His voice was slightly trembling. "Feng Nu, you're back. You're finally back. I thought I would never see you again." Feng Nu forced a smile and said, "The Phoenix Nirvana ceremony is about to begin. As a member of the Feng people, how could I not return? I'll have to trouble you to inform the elders that I've returned with my mother." Feng Ying was stunned. "Your mother? Didn't you lose both your parents when you were young?" "No, not only does she have a mother, but she also has a father. Looking at your age, you might not know who I am, but your parents definitely know who I am. Go back and tell the elders that Feng Yan has brought Lan Chen, Feng Nu, and a few friends back to participate in the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. We'll wait here." The one who spoke was Yu Ruyan, looking at the 3 young clansmen in front of her. Breathing in the familiar scent of the firewood forest, her eyes were somewhat moist. After being separated for several decades, she had finally returned home. Her feelings were several times deeper than Feng Nu's. Feng Ying had already awoken from the ecstasy of seeing Feng Nu. He looked somewhat doubtfully at Yu Ruyan, who did not seem much older than Feng Nu. Frowning slightly, he whispered a few words into the ears of his companions. One of the Feng people quickly retreated, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Feng Ying only had eyes for Feng Nu. Although there were 6 people in Feng Nu's group, he could only distinguish the genders of the other 5. The moment his companions left, he appeared in front of Feng Nu in a flash. He raised his hand to grab Feng Nu. "You're finally back. Do you know how much I've missed you these days?" "Feng Nu, don't worry. No matter what mistakes you've made, I'll help you. Don't leave again. You know how I feel. Your training should have ended long ago. I don't know how many times I've wanted to go out to look for you, but my father never allowed me to." His affectionate gesture had already told everyone a lot of things, but when he pulled, the Phoenix girl avoided it without a trace. Feng Ying, don't be like this. I'll naturally settle my own matters with the elders. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing nervously. Nian Bing's expression did not change, but the stillness in her eyes made Feng Nu feel uneasy. Feng Ying's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand again to grab Phoenix Girl's hand. However, this time, Phoenix Girl retreated even more obviously. With a single step, she was already 1 zhang away. Feng Ying frowned as he looked at her and said, "Phoenix Girl, what's wrong with Nian? We've been engaged for a long time. We were just waiting for you to come back from your training to officially get married. I heard from grandfather that you've fallen in love with another man outside. I don't believe it. We grew up together. You can't possibly fall in love with another man, right?" If Nian Bing's eyes were still a moment ago, then at this moment his eyes were ice cold. He did not speak, nor did he do anything. He just stood there. Long Ling took the initiative to grab Nian Bing's hand. But at this moment, she was shocked to find that Nian Bing's hand was as cold as his eyes. At this moment, Nian Bing waited for Feng Nu's reply. "Feng Ying, listen to me," Feng Nu said anxiously. He naturally noticed the change in Nian Bing's expression. "Feng Ying, I came back this time for 2 things. One is to participate in the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony and help the Feng people get through this difficult time. The other thing is to get rid of the marriage contract with you. Although we grew up together, I've always treated you as a friend and not a lover. I'm sorry, Elder Feng Su is right. I've indeed fallen in love with someone else. He's my true lover. After this ceremony, I'll leave with him and focus on being his wife." Feng Ying's body trembled. His eyes immediately became agitated and he staggered back a step. "No, I don't believe this is true. You must be lying to me, right? We already have a marriage contract. How can you fall in love with someone else? You're lying to me. You must be lying to me." Feng Nu was the #1 beauty in the younger generation of the Feng people, and Feng Ying was the most outstanding man in the younger generation. They grew up together, and Feng Ying had always treated Feng Nu as his future wife. In contrast to Feng Ying's agitation, Nian Bing's gaze became gentle again. She shook her head in self-mockery and thought to herself, "What's wrong with me? Am I actually doubting Feng Nu's feelings for me? Although she didn't tell me that she already has a fiancé, as long as her heart is with me. Then what's the point of everything in the past?" Feng Nu lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, Feng Ying. I know you've been very good to me, but I've really fallen in love with someone else. He's my husband, and I'll only love him in my life. I know it's cruel to say this to you. However, it's better to deal with the pain quickly. Since I saw you as soon as I returned, I'll make things clear to you so that there won't be any misunderstandings in the future. I'm sorry, Feng Ying." "Sorry? What's the use of saying sorry? Don't tell me you haven't grown up, and I've placed all my feelings on you? So many girls in the clan have confessed to me, but I've never overstepped my boundaries, because I already have you in my heart, in my eyes. There's no one who can compare to you. Sorry? Can my love for you be made up for by these 3 words?" Feng Ying roared at Feng Nu in a crazed manner. Nian Bing moved. He slowly walked to Feng Nu's side and reached out a firm arm to hug Feng Nu's shoulder. "Love cannot be measured by anything else. I hope you can respect Feng Nu's choice and not make things difficult for her." Feng Ying's expression gradually turned cold, his cold gaze landing on Nian Bing's handsome face. "Is the one she loves you?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "That's right, I am her husband." Feng Ying took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "All right, I want to duel with you." Feng Nu's expression changed, and she quickly appeared in front of Nian Bing. "No, Feng Ying, don't be like this, all right?" Her eyes were slightly red. Although she didn't love Feng Ying, but since she was young, how could she forget the care and concern he had shown her? She had always seen him as her best friend. Without waiting for Feng Nu to speak, Nian Bing patted Feng Nu's shoulder lightly, Feng Nu, this is between us two men. Feng Nu's body trembled, and she turned her head to look at Nian Bing. Nian Bing nodded lightly at her, and a trace of sadness appeared in Feng Nu's eyes. I'm sorry, Bing. I, Nian Bing smiled, and a hand holding her shoulder tightened. You don't have to say any more. What you said to Feng Ying just now has already told me everything. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Love is not wrong, but it's a pity that he loves someone who doesn't love him back. Feng Nu nodded lightly and turned to walk to the side. If she was asked who she was most familiar with, it would be Nian Bing. As a young person facing such a challenge, Nian Bing would never back down. Feng Ying's lungs almost exploded from anger. Looking at Nian Bing's attitude, it was obvious that she didn't put him in her eyes. He had always thought highly of himself, and among the Feng people, only he and Feng Nu had the highest chance of becoming the next elder. Nian Bing raised her head to look at Feng Ying and said, Is it here? Feng Ying coldly stared into Nian Bing's eyes, and he suddenly realized that he couldn't see anything from Nian Bing's eyes. It was as deep as the ocean, but at this time his heart had already lost all reason due to the intense jealousy, and he said in a deep voice, It's here. If you win, I will cancel the engagement with Feng Nu, but if you lose, please leave Feng Nu's side. His good upbringing from childhood allowed him to maintain some degree of clarity at this time. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, All right, then it's here. However, there are some things that I have to say first. First of all, I am not fighting with you for Feng Nu, because there is no need to fight. Feng Nu is not a commodity. She is a person, and she has the right to choose who she loves. I am fighting with you to let you understand that I am stronger than you, and more qualified than you to be Feng Nu's lover, and more capable of protecting her. Secondly, I want to tell you that you cannot win against me. The strong self-confidence caused Nian Bing's aura to soar. He just stood there and looked at Feng Ying, his body as steady as a mountain. The Feng people who came with Feng Ying thought that Nian Bing had gone crazy. Of course, he knew how strong Feng Ying was. But Yu Ruyan and the others who came with Nian Bing were not surprised at all, because they knew that Nian Bing had the right to speak like this, and also had the strength to do so. This was a battle between men. None of them would interfere, because it concerned both sides' dignity. Nian Bing did not summon his 7 divine blades. He just stood there leisurely, looking at Feng Ying in front of him. In order to defeat his love rival in front of his beloved Feng Nu, Feng Ying used his full strength right from the start. The 9-leaf Do Qi surged out, and in the sound of tearing silk, a pair of huge royal feathers appeared behind him. When Feng Nu left to train, he was still unable to use this ability, but in these few years, Feng Ying had improved greatly. With the appearance of the royal feathers, golden phoenix flames surged out, the surrounding temperature rose significantly, the plants withered, and a simple open space appeared between the two. Nian Bing still did not move. Looking at Feng Ying, his heart was unusually calm. No matter who the opponent was, Nian Bing would not underestimate them. A faint 7-colored light had already appeared around his body. Feng Ying did not draw the long sword on his back. His body was under the effect of the royal feathers, floating a foot above the ground. Since you don't use a weapon, I won't either. His figure flashed, leaving behind a string of afterimages in the air. He arrived in front of Nian Bing and punched at Nian Bing's face without any fancy moves. This seemingly powerful punch, in fact, Feng Ying only used 30% of his strength. This punch was just to test the waters. Nian Bing did not move, nor did he use magic to defend. He just watched Feng Ying's punch hit his face. With a bang, Nian Bing staggered back 3 steps. Only then did he stabilize his body, his head tilted to the side because of the punch. No one present expected him to be hit by Feng Ying. Feng Nu, Long Ling, and Lan Qin all cried out in surprise at almost the same time. Nian Bing slowly turned his head, nodded to Feng Ying, and said, "Don't hold back, come." Feng Ying looked at Nian Bing with a dignified expression. Of course, he knew how much strength was in his punch, although 30% of his strength was not enough. But it was enough to smash a huge piece of granite into pieces and the opponent only retreated a few steps before stopping. At the moment when Nian Bing's face came into close contact with his face, he clearly felt that Nian Bing did not have any protective dou qi, but his skin was very tough. The originally solid punch was weakened by more than 30% the moment it came into contact with his skin. Moreover, the fire attribute of his 9 abandonment dou qi did not seem to have any effect. Feng Ying rushed up again. This time the power of his attack was increased to 70%. The sky was filled with palm shadows, almost covering all the possible escape routes around Nian Bing's body. This was a move that Feng Ying was very good at. It was called Phoenix Shadow Palm, although the attack power was scattered. But once it came into contact with the opponent's body, the scattered dou qi would instantly condense together, causing heavy damage to the opponent. Nian Bing still did not dodge, and all of Feng Ying's illusionary palms landed on empty air. When the two bodies froze at the same time, Feng Ying's right palm landed on Nian Bing's chest. With a boom, Nian Bing was sent flying by the enormous 9 leave battle aura. He only stopped after crashing into a large tree in the distance. His chest had already been charred black. Sliding down from the tree, Nian Bing did not fall, but stood on the ground, not even looking at the burnt area on his chest. Step by step towards Feng Ying, and coldly said, "Again, is this all you've got?" Nian Bing's super-strong defense aroused Feng Ying's strong fighting spirit. Fiercely roaring, his body swayed in the air. The originally solid body instantly became illusory. Like a cloud of fire, he rushed towards Nian Bing. Illusionary Phoenix Demon Body, the 3rd transformation of the 9 Phoenix transformations. Seeing Feng Ying pouncing towards himself, Nian Bing did not take the beating in vain this time. The 7-colored light around his body lit up at the same time. The light expanded in an instant, and when Feng Ying's red cloud entered the 7-colored light, the red light around his body instantly weakened. And when he arrived in front of Nian Bing, he had already returned to his original form, a fist landing on Nian Bing's chest. But this time, Nian Bing was not beaten back, only coldly. Looking at him, "Do you understand?" Feng Ying's face was ashen as he looked at Nian Bing in front of him. He understood, but at the same time he did not understand. What he did not understand was how Nian Bing broke the 3rd transformation of the Phoenix that he had painstakingly cultivated. He understood. He was simply not the opponent of this man in front of him. The opponent only relied on defense and broke 3 of his attacks. If he were to attack him, then would he be able to block it? Feng Ying looked at Nian Bing with a complicated expression. He withdrew his fist, took 3 steps back, and took a deep breath. He nodded vigorously, saying, "I understand. Perhaps Feng Nu has made the right choice. Perhaps you are more suitable for her than I am." Nian Bing said, "You understand the difference in power, but you still do not understand a woman's heart. A girl may be attracted to a powerful man, but it does not mean that whoever is powerful will be able to obtain her true love. Love, there is no reason for it. Your love for Feng Nu is not wrong, so I have not attacked you. If you want to challenge me again, I will welcome you at any time. However, I'm afraid that you will have to wait until you have broken through to the 7th transformation of the Phoenix." Feng Ying was a little dejected as he looked at Nian Bing. Nian Bing didn't look much older than him, but why was the gap in their strength so huge? Of course, he did not know that Nian Bing had suffered a lot in order to achieve what he had today. He had walked on the edge of life and death countless times. Feng Ying was very talented, but he had never experienced real hardships. How could he compare to Nian Bing? While Nian Bing and Feng Ying were fighting in the parasol tree forest of the Feng people, 2 elders of the Feng people were looking at each other worriedly. Feng Kong said, "Second brother, are we really going to start the ceremony like this?" Although Ying already has the ability to break through to the 3rd transformation, I'm afraid this ceremony. Feng Su sighed. "Then what do you want me to do? What can I do if I don't participate like this? I will take responsibility for the decline of the Feng people. If it was not for the lack of outstanding talents in the clan, How could we have fallen to this state? Perhaps I was wrong back then. If Yen was still here, everything would not have turned out like this. Feng Kong fell silent. From what he knew, Feng Su had always been a stubborn elder brother, but he actually admitted his mistakes like this. All these changes were because of the upcoming ceremony. Feng Su looked much older than before. He was already mentally and physically exhausted from thinking about how to complete the ceremony every day. Feng Su glanced at Feng Kong. There are no other good ideas now. This is all we can do. All right, you don't have to worry too much. Perhaps our ancestor, the phoenix, will understand our difficulties and won't cause such a huge uproar during the ceremony. Actually, did you know? When I chased Feng Yen away, I had a huge internal struggle. But at that time, I had no choice but to do so in front of everyone. Feng Kong smiled. Others may not understand, but do you think I don't? You led the team to chase them down to protect them. Later on, you found that they could protect themselves, so you left. Sigh, both Feng Yen and her daughter are so outstanding, much more outstanding than we expected. If the clan didn't have so many rules, perhaps we would welcome the ceremony with much more ease. Even I didn't expect Yen to improve so much and reach the 5th transformation. How many years has it been since the Feng people produced a talent, but she was chased away by the clan rules? Report. A young voice sounded from outside. Inside the room, Feng Su frowned. What's the matter? Elders, there are a few people outside. Feng Nu is with them. One of them said that Feng Yen brought her daughter, Lan Chan Feng Nu, and a few friends to participate in the ceremony. Feng Su and Feng Kong were both shocked. After a brief daze, Feng Kong's face lit up with joy. Yen is back, and so is Feng Nu. That's great, that's great. They never forgot about the Feng people. They finally came back at the most crucial time. Second brother, now that they're back, all our problems are solved. Feng Su's excitement was different from Feng Kong's. He frowned as if thinking about something. After hearing Feng Kong's words, he said, No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. If they came back to help us, why would they bring outsiders back? Let's go take a look. If she and Feng Nu really turn back, then we can rest assured. Feng Yin leaned against a tree and stared blankly at the sky. The short battle had completely shattered his confidence. He never thought that he would lose to someone like this. He also never thought that there would be such a powerful existence in the world. But the truth was right in front of him. Nian Bing's strength gave him a new understanding. Nian Bing also stood to the side. The Feng people were waiting with Yu Ruyan and the others to report back. Feng Nu held Nian Bing's hand and stood there with her head lowered. She looked like a little girl who did something wrong, not daring to look into Nian Bing's eyes. Long Ling and Lan Qin stood to the side. Yu Ruyan was introducing the various plants in the forest to Halogen. She didn't seem to notice Nian Bing and Feng Nu's situation. Do you have something to say to me? Nian Bing pulled the Phoenix girl's hand and brought her to him. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he looked at her slender, jade-like hand. I'm sorry. Feng Nu seemed to have gathered her courage to say these 3 words. Don't say sorry. You've said these 3 words too many times today. I just want to know why you didn't tell me. Back then, you refused to accept my feelings. Other than the rules of the Feng people, it was also because of this engagement. Nian Bing's voice was very calm, but in Feng Nu's ears, it sounded like sarcasm. Feng Nu gently nodded and said, Feng Ying and I grew up together. In the eyes of the clan, we were a match made in heaven. When we were only 10 years old, Elder Feng Su made the decision to set up a marriage contract with us. At that time, I thought that there was no difference between husband and wife and friends. No one had ever told me about the outside world. I thought of Feng Ying as an elder brother and a friend. But when I really went out and started my own experience, I gradually found out that I was wrong. Especially after I met you, I found out how wrong I was. Friendship and love are completely different. But I knew my responsibility in the clan, so I didn't dare and couldn't accept you. But so many things happened later. Even I didn't expect things to develop like that. At that time, I knew that when true love comes, running away is useless. That's why I became your Phoenix girl. When you turned into a zombie and went to the godly mainland, I even forgot about my engagement. Do you know why I didn't tell you? In fact, in my heart, you are a person who loves to rush forward. Maybe it's because of the hatred for my parents when I was young. So I didn't dare to tell you. Although I don't love Feng Ying, he is my best friend. I was afraid that you would come to the Feng people and get hurt because of a conflict with our clansmen. I was also afraid that you would kill him. Bing, thank you. You are more mature than before. You are no longer the Nian Bing who would rush forward because of hatred. Nian Bing smiled and said, At the beginning, I was indeed a little angry because you hid such an important thing from me. But when you told Feng Ying that you were my woman, the anger in my heart had already disappeared. The past is the past. You are mine now, and you will also be mine in the future. As long as the love between us doesn't change, no matter how big the storm is, we can always endure it, right? Feng Ying is indeed worthy of being your friend. From his appearance to our battle, I have been observing him. To be honest, he is jealous of me, and I am also jealous of him. I am jealous that he was able to grow up with you. But from his actions, I found that his character is simple and untainted. How could I hurt such a person? All right, that's all in the past. Now, what we have to face is the elders of your clan. As soon as Nian Bing finished speaking, her scattered spiritual power had already locked onto the dozen figures that were quickly approaching. Although they were still a few dozen meters away, Nian Bing's spiritual power could clearly determine their movements. From the aura of the two people in front, it was Elder Feng Su and Elder Feng Kong. The aura in the forest flowed. After a few breaths, the dozen figures had already arrived nearby and passed through the dense forest. The first to appear was Elder Feng, Su of the Feng people. Feng Kong followed closely behind. The rest were all Feng people that Nian Bing had never seen before. They were all dressed in the same clothes, which couldn't be more ordinary, but they were all restrained. It was obvious that they were experts. As expected, none of the Feng people were mediocre. When Yu Rian saw the two elders appear, she immediately stopped talking with Halogen. Feng Su and Feng Kong naturally saw her as well. At the same time, they also saw Feng Nu, Lan Chen, Long Ling, Halogen, and Nian Bing. When the two elders saw Feng Nu and Nian Bing holding hands, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly, and they stopped in their tracks. Yu Ruyan took a few steps forward and stopped 5 meters away from the two elders. She respectfully bowed to them. Feng Yan has brought his daughters Lan Chen and Feng Nu to participate in the clan's grand ceremony. Feng, Su said indifferently, I thought that you would never set foot on this land again. I didn't expect that you would still come back. Did you come back just to participate in the clan's grand ceremony? Urian sighed softly. I'm sorry, Elder. I know that my choice back then hurt you, but I had no choice. Elder Feng Su, I've misunderstood you in the past. Thank you for raising my daughter. Although we've been separated for 20 years, now that I know that my daughter is still alive, let's forget about our past grudges. Not only did Feng Su play an important role in Urian's growth and raise her, but he also raised her daughter, Feng Nu. Although Feng Su's actions caused them to be separated for 20 years, Urian had already abandoned all hatred in her heart. She came back this time just to help the Feng people complete the ceremony. Feng Su looked at Urian in surprise. Then at Feng Nu, you already know? Urian nodded. Yes, Elder. You hid it from me for so long. Feng Su said coldly, If your daughter really died in my hands back then, I'm afraid you wouldn't be here today. Urian shook her head. No, even if Feng Nu really died when she was young, I would still come back. I will first help the clan complete the ceremony. Then I will challenge you. This time, Feng Kong didn't wait for Feng Su to speak before he interrupted. Everything should be based on the big picture. Yen, as expected of our clan's Phoenix of Hope, we didn't misjudge you. Good child, it's good that you're back. As he spoke, he couldn't help but tug on Feng Su's sleeve. Chapter 203. Feng Su's expression was still stiff as he said coldly, "What's wrong with them? You should know that this is a forbidden area of the clan. You and Feng Nu actually brought these outsiders back, openly flouting the clan's rules. Is this your contribution to the clan?" Although he was scolding Yuruyan, he was undoubtedly admitting that Yuruyan was a member of the Feng people. Yuruyan looked at Feng Su, who was putting on a tough front, and couldn't help but find it funny. From Feng Kong's expression, she could tell that the Feng people's situation wasn't looking good. But Elder Feng Su was still pretending to make things difficult for her for the sake of the clan's rules. This Elder Feng Su was actually a respectable elder, but sometimes he was too stubborn. Yuruyan knew that the first problem had been solved, but the second problem they had to face together wasn't as easy as the first one. After all, she grew up under the care of Feng Su and Feng Kong, and so did Feng Nu. That relationship naturally played a key role when they returned to the Feng people. But the second problem they had to face was related to the survival of the Feng people. After hesitating, Yuruyan decided to open the problem now. She knew that the longer they dragged it, the more disadvantageous it would be. If they wanted to get through this second problem, they needed everyone to work together. Thinking of this, she looked up at the two elders and said, "This time I didn't only bring back Feng Nu, I also brought back my other daughter. This is Chen Qin." As she spoke, she waved at Lan Qin. Lan Qin walked to her mother's side and stood there. Looking at her mother's clansmen in front of her, she felt uneasy. Feng Su and Feng Kong's gazes landed on Lan Qin. This girl, who didn't lose out to Feng Nu in terms of looks, looked more like Yuruyan than Feng Nu. However, the cold aura around her made the two elders feel that something was wrong. Feng Kong couldn't help but say, "Since she's your daughter, why don't you take her as your daughter? Then, she also has the blood of the Feng people. What does bringing her have to do with bringing those outsiders back?" Yuruyan sighed and nodded to Lan Qin. Under everyone's gaze, a layer of blue halo rose from Lan Qin's body. The halo drifted outwards, and the cold aura made the fire attribute Feng people frown. At this moment, a resonant phoenix cry came from Lan Qin's mouth. Huge blue wings appeared behind her back. The beautiful Lan Qin floated up under the effect of the huge Feng people's royal feathers. Silence hung in the air. Feng Su and Feng Kong widened their eyes in shock. They looked at each other and said in unison, "Ice Phoenix." The younger generation of the Feng people might not know what the Ice Phoenix represented, but as the only two remaining elders of the Feng people, how could they not know? The hope that had been ignited with great difficulty fell to the bottom of the valley. The way they looked at Yuruyan also changed. Yuruyan sighed. She said, "Elders, do you understand now? I brought Chin Chin back to tell you this, so that you can be prepared. As for those three outsiders, I had no choice but to bring them back, because with their strength, it's very likely that they can help us through this crisis. I hope that you too can abandon the prejudice in the clan. Let them also participate in our Phoenix Nirvana ceremony." Feng Su's eyes became abnormally cold. Feng Kong was about to say something, but he raised his hand to stop him. Feng people surround. Under his old and deep voice, more than 10 Feng people experts took the most advantageous position. 9 Li's Do Qi was released. Everyone, including Feng Ying, pulled out their long swords. To the Feng people, an elder's words were in order. Feng Su looked at Yuruyan and said coldly, "As the clan's former hope, I'm sure you know what the Ice Phoenix represents. When the Ice Phoenix appears, the Phoenix rises. This story means that the Feng people are on the verge of destruction. According to the clan's rules, whenever an Ice Phoenix appears, it must be destroyed immediately. In our clan's history, there have been 3 Ice Phoenixes. For the sake of the Feng people's survival, All of them were executed according to the clan's rules. Feng Yan, if you still consider yourself a member of our clan, you should know what to do. Urian's expression changed slightly. Elder, you can let Feng Nu go, but can't you let my other daughter go? Feng Su looked at Urian and sighed. Yan, after so many years, I'm calling you this again. This time is different from the last time. The appearance of the Ice Phoenix threatens thousands of lives of our Wa people. For the sake of the Feng people, I have to do this. Even if you're unwilling to help us get through this crisis because of this, I have to make this choice. Nian Bing walked up to Ruyan and Lan Qin. Elder Feng Su, isn't the appearance of the Ice Phoenix a bad thing? Perhaps the appearance of the Ice Phoenix is also an opportunity for the Feng people. Feng Su snorted. Perhaps? Do I have to use thousands of lives of my clan to bet on your perhaps? Nian Bing joked as she stared into Feng Su's eyes. Elder, do you think you can kill Qin Chen in front of us with just a dozen people? Feng Su looked coldly at Nian Bing. You think too highly of us Feng people. As long as I call, we Feng people can set up the Phoenix spreading wings formation. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape. For the sake of our clan's survival, I'd rather let this firewood forest suffer a calamity. Grandpa, you can't. Maybe he's right. Feng Ying suddenly flew to Feng Su's side and whispered something. Although Nian Bing could hear his voice through her Tianyan acupoint, his language was unique to the Feng people. Hearing Feng Ying's words, Feng Su's expression changed slightly. No, I can't take this risk. Yan, what's your decision? Ruyan's gaze turned cold. Elder Feng Su, I can only apologize to you. Chun Chin is my daughter. As a mother, how can I let my daughter die? Elder, the reason why our phoenixes are gradually declining is because we have obtained too few things from the outside world. We are stuck in our own ways, which is why we have today's result. The Phoenix Spreading Wings formation is indeed the Feng people's strongest formation. The power of 1,000 people is comparable to the god's descent technique, but it's useless to us. Before the arrival of the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony, could it be that you want to cause internal strife in our clan? Nian Bing said, Mom, don't worry. You don't have to. You can't blame Elder Feng Su for this. They have their own difficulties. Maybe if it was someone else, they wouldn't risk their entire clan for a chance. Elder Feng Su, I have a suggestion. Feng Su said in a low voice. What suggestion? Nian Bing said, Since you're so confident in your Phoenix Spreading Wings formation, I'd like to try. If I can break out of this formation, it means that you don't have the power to stop us from leaving. Qin won't be killed by you. When that time comes, you have no reason not to take the risk. We came to the Feng people this time to help the Feng people get through this difficult time. If I succeed in breaking out of the formation, then please let the members of the Phoenix clan leave the firewood forest for the time being. Let the few of us and the elders face the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. Even if we fail, we'll just be changing our habitat. Feng Su looked at Nian Bing and said with disdain, You want to break into our Phoenix Spreading Wings formation alone. I can agree to your suggestion, but what if you lose? Before Nian Bing could open his mouth, Lan Chen's cold voice rang out. If he loses, he'll lose. If he loses, I'll kill myself here. Chun Chin, Ruyan said anxiously. Others might not know how powerful the Phoenix Spreading Wings formation was, but how could she not know? Lan Chen smiled. Mom, don't you think this is the best solution? I don't want to make things difficult for you. I know you've never forgotten anything about the Feng people. Even Nian Bing is willing to take the risk for me and the Feng people's future. What am I afraid of? I have confidence in Nian Bing. He'll definitely be able to break out of the formation. Brother, let me break through this formation with you. Halogen suddenly said. Nian Bing shook his head and said, No, I want to challenge the Phoenix Wing spread formation myself. He was naturally aware of the dangers involved, but he definitely couldn't allow Xu Luin to participate. Si Yan's martial skill was extremely overbearing. This time, not only did he have to break through the formation, but he also could not hurt any of the phoenixes. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in breaking through the formation, he would form a grudge with the phoenixes, so he could only rely on himself. After rejecting Halogen, Nian Bing took a few steps forward to Elder Feng Su. "Elder, is it fine as long as I can break out of the phoenix spreading wings formation?" Feng Su said proudly, "Of course. If you can really break out of the formation, it proves that you have the ability to break it. I have to warn you in advance. Once the formation is set up, there'll only be one outcome if you can't break out of it, and that's death." Nian Bing nodded. "All right, I understand. You can order your men to set up the formation." Feng Su took out a red flute and put it to his lips. The sharp sound of the flute drifted in the air, creating all kinds of changes. Feng Kong gave Feng Ying a look and said, "You'll be in charge of the formation." Feng Ying agreed. His gaze landed on Nian Bing as he said, "Perhaps this is another type of competition between the two of us. Even though this is unfair, I want to see just how strong you are." Nian Bing smiled. "You'll see." After he finished speaking, he walked back and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He sensed the dense connate energy in the air and started to regulate his breathing. Right at this moment, a wisp of an ethereal voice entered Nian Bing's ears. "Maintain your posture and don't move. Listen to me. The Phoenix Spreading Wings formation is the strongest formation among the Feng people, and it's also the strongest joint attack formation. It's so powerful that even the so-called strongest formation on the continent, the Order of the Fire Dragon, wouldn't be able to withstand it. The biggest characteristic of this formation is that it can combine the 9 abandonment battle chi unique to the Feng people. When thousands of people gather their battle chi, it'll have an effect similar to fire magic. Even I haven't seen how strong it is, but I can imagine that once the formation is set up, its power won't be any weaker than the fire god's descent technique. The strength of the formation is determined by the combined strength of the thousands of people in it. The fact that the 2 elders aren't participating is already giving us some face. If you want to break this formation, you'll have to break through it at a single point. I hope you understand what I mean. Mom won't ask for anything else. You must come out of the formation alive, for yourself and for Chin-Chin." Yurian's voice was heavy. She hoped that Nian Bing could successfully break the formation, but she also didn't want her clansmen to suffer any losses. However, to break through the formation at a single point, what they needed to do was to break out of the encirclement. Over there, how would they be able to do that? Nian Bing sat there cross-legged without moving. The Xiantian Qi around the middle stage, West Meridian Acupoint Emissary, was constantly fusing with his body. Every trace of magic element fluctuation appeared in Nian Bing's senses. A god's descent technique level formation? All right then, let me see it for myself. Red clouds. A red cloud appeared in the sky above the firewood forest. If one could see it clearly, they would discover that the red cloud was formed by people who were emitting red battle chi. There were a total of 40 rows. The first row had 25 people. The person at the top spread out the royal feather of the Feng people. Below him, each and every one of them grabbed onto the legs of the person at the top, causing their body to float in the air. At a glance, it was a little unbelievable that one person could carry the weight of 24 people. However, these experts of the Feng people had been cultivating 9 abandonment battle chi for a long time. Their strength was very strong. Under the effect of battle chi, they could make their body as light as a swallow. Although they couldn't fly because they didn't have wings, they could reduce their weight to the greatest extent. Therefore, the 40 people of the Feng people who had the royal feather didn't need to bear much weight. Seeing the red battle chi filling the sky, Yuruyan's expression changed. She didn't expect that so many experts with the royal feather had appeared in the Feng people during the years she was gone. Although having the royal feather didn't mean that they were on the same level as swordsmen, it was enough to prove that this phoenix wing spread formation was the strongest formation that the Feng people could set up. Nian Bing stood up from the ground and casually brushed the dust off her body. Her expression was still as relaxed as before. It was as if she didn't feel any pressure from the 1,000 elites of the Feng people in the air. Feng Su looked at Nian Bing and said, "It's not too late for you to regret it. In these years, we've carefully studied the Phoenix 9 transformations. We found that the first 2 transformations can be triggered by special techniques. In a short period of time, people with the royal bloodline of the Feng people can reach the second transformation, although their strength is far from Feng Nu's. Do you think you have a chance against 1,000 people?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "How do I know if I don't try? Even Chin Chin has confidence in me. How can I back down?" Feng Su looked at the young man in front of him. He didn't understand where this young man's confidence came from. Although Feng Ying had already told him that he lost to Nian Bing, how could Feng Ying compare to the phoenix wing spread formation formed by the elites of the Feng people? From the beginning, Feng Su didn't plan for Nian Bing to really break through the formation. He set up the strongest phoenix wing spread formation not only to deter Nian Bing, but also to tell Yurian that the Feng people did indeed have the strength to keep them here. "All right, I'll tell them to come down and begin." Feng Su's eyes were cold. The life and death of an outsider meant nothing to him. Yurian Halogen, Feng Nu, Lan Qin, and Long Ling all came to Nian Bing's side. 5 people, 10 pairs of eyes focused on him. Nian Bing didn't say anything. He just looked at them with a determined gaze. After looking around, he said to Feng Su, "Elder, I think you don't need to tell them to come down. Since it's a phoenix, let's use the phoenix wing spread formation in the air. This way, we won't destroy this beautiful forest." Feng Su looked at Nian Bing in surprise. His words gave him a good impression. He nodded and blew a note with his flute. The 1,000 Feng people who were about to land returned to their original state. Just as Feng Su and Feng Kong thought that Nian Bing would use magic to rise into the air, Nian Bing let out a long chant. His clear, chanting voice soared into the sky. His feet touched the ground, and he suddenly soared into the air. Feng Su and Feng Kong, who had practiced martial arts for many years, could clearly sense that this wasn't magic, but the power of a person's own body. But he actually jumped so high. Both of them had the same thought when they saw that Nian Bing's body was still rising after reaching a height of 10 feet. Could it be that this person was not only a magician but also a warrior? Nian Bing used his actions to give them the answer. Just as his body was about to reach the end, gray light condensed below him. A loud dragon's roar matched Nian Bing's chant. Soaring into the sky, his aura instantly increased. It wasn't any weaker than the phoenix spread wings formation that was beginning to change shape in the air. Under Feng Su and Feng Kong's shocked gazes, the 70-foot-long gray dragon, Oscar, suddenly appeared below Nian Bing. Nian Bing's body had just started to fall when he sat firmly on Oscar's back. The long roars of man and dragon stopped at the same time. Oscar's huge dragon wings suddenly spread open. He carried Nian Bing and soared into the sky. His target was the center of the phoenix spread wings formation. Feng Su's expression changed. Dragon? He can actually control a dragon? Feng Nu shook his head. No, that's his friend and also his partner. Or rather, it's a part of his body. No matter what happened, no matter how shocked the Feng people in the air were, the phoenix spread wings formation suddenly erupted when Nian Bing reached the center of the 40 rows of Feng people. The pervasive red battle aura turned the air into a sea of red. Like a burning cloud, it instantly swallowed Nian Bing's body. Only those who were facing it could feel how powerful the battle aura of 1,000 Feng people's warriors was. Yu Ruyan and the others who were standing on the ground in time could also clearly feel the scorching heat in the air. Phoenix cries sounded in the air. The battle between the dragon magicians and the phoenix spread wings formation had already begun. 1,000 people roared at the same time, but it was as if a single person roared in unison. With golden flames as the head and red flames as the body, the phoenix spread wings formation began its operation. The enormous 9 abandonment battle aura transformed into 9 huge fire phoenixes in the air. They rushed towards Nianbing at almost the same time amidst the large expanse of red clouds. At this moment, Nianbing was sitting steadily behind Oscar. 7 super divine magic blades appeared at almost the same time. Feng Su and Feng Kong didn't notice that when Yu Ruyan and the others surrounded Nianbing, Halogen, who was also in the center, had already undergone a great change. This was because he had returned the longevity blade to Nianbing. The immense pressure felt as if it was going to crush Oscar and himself. The scorching air made them feel as if they were in a furnace. The other magical elements in the surroundings became abnormally weak in front of the 9 fire phoenixes. Only the fire elements were surging and exploding. The power of 1,000 people was indeed powerful. Even if the ice goddess priestess was here, she would have a hard time resisting the attack of the 9 fire phoenixes. However, even though Nianbing wasn't a priestess of the ice goddess, and he wasn't confident that he could win against a priestess of the ice goddess, he was a mage with the same origin of ice and fire. As a dragon mage, he had his own methods. After opening the 4th acupoint, Nianbing had a completely new understanding of how to use the acupoints. Although he only had a day to get used to the appearance of the West Meridian acupoint, compared to a few days ago when he attacked Shiluan, he was already different. His most valuable asset wasn't the 7 divine blades floating around him, nor was it the enormous amount of magic in his body. It was his mental strength that constantly unleashed all of its power. If it was someone else who was surrounded like this, and that person wasn't a magus of the fire element, they wouldn't even be able to unleash 10% of their power. However, Nianbing was different. Through the enormous mental strength contained in the heavens eye acupoint, and through the opened West Meridian acupoint, he had already connected with the surging Xiantian Qi between heaven and earth the moment he rushed into the air. No matter how strong the phoenix spreading wings formation was, it was still possible for there to be a gap that was enough for his mental strength to rush out. Therefore, the moment Nianbing entered this formation, the final outcome was already decided. 9 huge fire phoenixes, completely condensed from fighting aura, had already sealed off all of Nianbing's escape routes. At this moment, the 7 divine blades around Nianbing's body lit up. 7 substantial figures floated in the air as if they were weightless, floating around Nianbing's body. The blades in their hands emitted a resplendent light. For a moment, the dazzling light actually rushed out from the fire clouds, piercing through heaven and earth. The power of a super divine tool was displayed at this moment. Nianbing placed one hand on his lower abdomen, and the other hand slanted towards the sky. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and a rainbow-colored light emitted from a point. Fusing with the surrounding blade light, it instantly formed a huge rainbow-colored tornado. The tornado formed by the strong light spread out in an instant, and in almost the blink of an eye, it had already completely swallowed the 9 huge fire phoenixes. At this moment, the sky above the firewood forest was filled with rainbows. However, it wasn't the 7 colors of the rainbow, but the 7 colors representing ice, fire, earth, wind, space, light, and darkness. Blue, red, yellow, green, silver, white, and black. Under the effect of the strong light, the 9 fire phoenixes, formed by the phoenix spreading wings formation, suddenly changed. Their size almost instantly shrank by half, and their speed slowed down to 1/3 of their original speed. Looking at the blue sky that reappeared in front of his eyes, looking at the red clouds that melted like ice and snow, Nianbing smiled. The 7 shadow puppets holding the 7 divine blades raised the divine blades in their hands high at the same time. A shout came from Nianbing's mouth, and Oscar's body emitted a circle of golden gray light. The light directly penetrated the bodies of the 7 shadow puppets, and in the next moment, 7 rays of light soared into the sky. The rays representing the 7 magical elements condensed into a rainbow-colored light spot above Nianbing's head. The light spot seemed to be very small, so small that it was almost undetectable, but it also seemed to be very big, so big that it could encompass heaven and earth. At this moment, Nianbing was standing on Nianbing's back, just like a true god descending from the heavens to the mortal world. He used his right index finger to point at the 7-colored light spot. His heart suddenly became fiery, and even Yuruyan and the others who were far away on the ground seemed to be able to see the faint smile on his face. It was as if what was in front of him was not a formation that could take his life at any time, but a game. Nianbing's index finger moved slightly, gently pushing up the light spot. Then the rainbow-colored light shot back to the 7 shadow puppets. Almost everyone could see that 7 light chains descended from the sky and landed directly on the 7 shadow puppets. The 7 Nianbing puppets, with completely different auras, instantly became illusory. Then the blades in their hands disappeared at the same time, and at the same time they merged into their bodies. In the middle of the light that came from the sky, their illusory bodies instantly expanded, and every shadow puppet changed. From the front, it was no longer possible to see their appearance clearly. Although their bodies became bigger, their appearances became more and more blurred. Nianbing stood on his back with a smile, watching the 9 fire phoenixes that had shrunk to half their original size gradually accelerate towards her, but she did not reveal a trace of worry. The girls in the front were a little confused. When the 9 fire phoenixes' speed suddenly decreased, and that red cloud formed by 9 Leaf Doqi had been dissolved by the rainbow-colored light, Nianbing could completely rely on Oscar's speed to rush out. Although this was a bit of a trick, but it could also be considered as breaking out of the formation. After all, to be able to reduce the attack power of 9 fire phoenixes formed by thousands of people by 1-fold, and at the same time reduce their speed greatly, how much strength was required to do this? But why did Nianbing do that? The only one who truly understood Nianbing's thoughts was Lan Chen. Lan Chen's eyes were moist. Looking at the 7 expanding light shadows, she no longer cared about anything. At this moment, her heart only had Nianbing, who was willing to give up everything for her, and her husband, who was willing to consume a huge amount of magic power for her. In fact, as early as when Nianbing used Angel's Tears, she already understood that a man who was willing to give up his life for her was worthy of her love. Therefore, she decided to leave the Ice God Tower without hesitation and become Nianbing's real wife. Although it took a long time to describe, from the time Nianbing ascended with Oscar to the time when the 7 light shadows expanded, only a few blinks of an eye had passed. At this moment, the 7 light shadows that had expanded to 30 feet had undergone different changes. This time, the changes really made everyone completely stunned. The changes happened almost at the same time. The blue shadow puppet's body changed. It no longer looked like Nianbing. A long dress made of blue light appeared around its illusory blue body. Although it couldn't be seen clearly, the blue shadow puppet had indeed turned into a woman. A 50-foot-long scepter appeared in her right hand. On her chest, a ball of blue light shone. Facing outward, she raised the long scepter in her hand. The red figure changed. However, it didn't turn into a woman. Instead, it turned into a mighty general. An illusory, fiery red armor appeared on its body. The 30-foot-tall figure clasped its hands together and raised a long blade made of flames. The green figure was also covered in armor. However, it was different from the red figure. Its body was much thinner and smaller. A light wind swirled around its body like a whirlpool. Those wind, blade-like leaves were translucent and covered its body. It held a bottle in its hand. The mouth of the bottle was facing outward, as if it was going to pour something out. The yellow figure changed the most. Not only did it turn from a man to a woman, but it also had a long dress like the blue shadow puppet. At the same time, the yellow light around its body turned green. It was a green that was full of vitality. In its hand was a light strip that looked like a willow branch. On the light strip, 7 green willow leaves shone brightly. The silver figure was still a man. However, it didn't have any armor on its body. A silver robe flashed continuously. Its body went through the process of turning from nothing to something. Every time it flashed, the silver light seemed to become brighter. In front of it, a door that hadn't been opened floated. The gorgeous door was also silver. There were countless complex symbols carved on it. However, because all of them were made of energy, they were all illusory. Therefore, no one could see clearly what those symbols were. At this time, the white figure had already turned into a sacred golden color. A beautiful woman with a head of golden hair was wearing a luxurious golden robe. Her body, that was 10 meters tall, looked so slender. She raised her head to look at the sky and raised a golden long sword in her hand. The sword shone with a dazzling light like the sun. That sacred aura seemed to make the air become sacred. Chapter 204. The last one, the black figure, was so familiar. The black windbreaker, the tall and burly figure, as well as the huge scythe that was 15 meters long, had appeared several times before. The huge scythe was already held up high. The 7 figures had different transformations, but the aura they exuded was the same. There was only one word that could describe the scene in front of them, and that was powerful. Under each of their feet, there was a corresponding 6-pointed star of the same color. The 7 figures, with Nian Bing as the center, raised the weapons in their hands. Although they were all illusory, they seemed so real. Under the protection of these 7 figures, the 7-colored light between Nian Bing's eyebrows seemed to have risen to the limit. A solid white light was emitted from his lower abdomen that was protected by his left hand. When the 7 huge figures were completely formed, the 7-colored light that floated down from the sky disappeared. However, at this moment, everything had developed according to Nian Bing's will. Everyone in front of him was stunned. What was this? What did these 7 figures represent? Some people could recognize one of them. Some could recognize 2 of them. However, as long as they recognized one of them, they would be able to associate it with what the other 6 represented, including Feng Nu, Longling Lanchin, as well as Halogen and Yuruyan. None of them had thought that Nian Bing's strength had reached such a level. Looking at the flowing light in the sky and the 7 figures that were 30 meters tall, they realized that Nian Bing was no longer an ordinary person. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as a god. Nian Bing opened his mouth. His voice was very calm, but it came from the 7 figures at the same time. The blue figure chanted, "The sigh of the ice goddess brings the staff of the ice goddess." The red figure chanted, "The roar of the god of fire brings the battle blade of the god of fire." The green figure chanted, "The whisper of the wind of freedom brings the rotation of the Aeolus wind bottle." The green figure chanted, "The melody of the awakening of the earth brings the forgiveness of the goddess of earth." The silver figure chanted, "The 6 lights of divine armaments bring forth the space God's gate of loss of control." The golden figure chanted, "The dawn that pierces through the heavens and earth brings forth the divine sword of the goddess of light." The black figure chanted, "The curse of eternal hell brings forth the scythe of the god of death." The 9 weakened fire phoenixes had already arrived within 10 feet of the 7 gigantic light figures. However, they suddenly stopped. The 9 gigantic red figures seemed to be trembling in the face of the powerful aura in front of them. No one knew why all of this happened. However, Nian Bing's own voice rang out from the center of the 7 gigantic figures. "Release 7 forbidden, 7 absolutes curse." It was a simple sentence, but it caused the 7 huge figures to move. The woman in the blue dress pointed the ice goddess staff forward. The red warrior slashed out the battle blade of the god of fire in his hand. The green figure's treasure bottle released a pure green wind that seemed to be solidified and spinning at high speed. The 7 leaves on the willow branch in the green figure's hand suddenly separated from the main branch. The silver figure opened the door in front of him. The golden figure's divine sword shot out thousands of scattered lights. The black figure held the scythe that represented the god of death with both hands. Time. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped, including the 1,000 elites of the Feng people who appeared in the air. No one could forget what happened in front of them. The phoenix spreading wings formation, which condensed the great fighting energy of the 1,000 elites of the Feng people, completely disappeared when the 7 gigantic figures burst out at the same time. The 9 fire phoenixes didn't even have the chance to struggle in the colorful halo. They turned into little lights and were finally sucked into the silver door. Everything was over, as if nothing had happened. The simple 7 forbidden and 7 deadly curses represented 7 types of forbidden spells that appeared at the same time. Even the main gods on the godly mainland couldn't launch 7 different types of forbidden spells at the same time, but Nianbing did it. When the 7 forbidden spells burst out at the same time, only Halogen, who was below, felt its true power. The gap between the 11th and 12th level was originally insurmountable. However, when the 7 completely fused forbidden spells burst out at the same time, not only did it reach the 12th level of God's descent, but it also suddenly rose to the 13th level. At this moment, Halogen no longer doubted that Nianbing had become a god-level master. She might be the first god-level master among the humans on the Yangon continent. The 9 fire phoenixes completely disappeared. The 1,000 elites of the Feng people all felt their chests tighten at the same time. The 40 strongest Feng people who had royal feathers also had their royal feathers disappear at the same time. Under the guidance of the aura, the 1,000 Feng people floating in the air could no longer control their bodies after using all of their duki. Feng Su's expression changed. Feng Kong's expression also changed. Their bodies flashed at almost the same time, but their hearts were filled with sorrow. No matter how strong they were, there were only 2 of them. How could they save the 1,000 people falling from the sky at the same time? Just as their hearts sank into despair, a large amount of green light suddenly floated in the air. The green light almost filled the entire sky, enveloping every single one of the Feng people descending from the sky. The green light disappeared, but the first Feng people was still floating in the air. What was that? It was an extremely common third-order levitation spell of the wind element. Even an intermediate mage could easily use it. However, these levitation techniques had now become life-saving treasures. Nianbing's body also seemed to have turned green. Oscar's wings retracted and she descended from the sky. Feng Su and Feng Kong were stunned once again. Nianbing had used over 1,000 levitation spells at the same time. Moreover, she had used 7 forbidden spells at the same time. In their eyes, she really couldn't be called a human anymore. Their hearts trembled. Only when the 1,000 clansmen safely landed on the ground did they finally calm down. This simple battle only took half a meal's worth of time, but it had completely changed the Phoenix's view of him. After Feng Ying landed, he turned around and walked towards his home in the Feng clan. He knew he would never be able to challenge a love rival in this life. It was a simple battle and Nianbing had won. The price for this victory was that the 1,000 Feng people had used up a large amount of Do Qi. However, the 1,000 Feng people that Nianbing had attacked at the same time didn't suffer a single injury. Even the youngest and dumbest Feng people could tell that Nianbing could take their lives with a wave of his hand. However, he didn't do that. When the 9 fire phoenixes disappeared and they fell from the sky, Nianbing waved his hand and the 7 giant figures turned back into 7 swords. They merged back into his body. Then the 1,000 levitation spells that had saved their lives appeared. When Nianbing landed on the ground, Oscar had already disappeared. Nianbing's face was slightly pale, but the smile on his face didn't change. He landed right in front of Lan Qin. He opened his arms and hugged the trembling body of Lan Qin. "Qin Qin, I didn't disappoint you. I did it." Lan Qin clung tightly to Nian Bing's chest. "If your 7 forbidden, 7 extremes curse couldn't deal with the phoenix spreading wings formation, what would you have done?" Nian Bing smiled faintly and replied in a relaxed manner, "I don't know. I have 2 choices. One is to use the life curse again, and the other is to explode one of my apertures." He spoke very softly, but everyone around him heard him. The meaning behind these casual words was very heavy. "I understand." Lan Chen's voice was very calm, but she clung to Nian Bing very tightly. The 1,000 Feng people silently retreated. The scorching heat in the air gradually disappeared. The sky became blue again, and the violent magic elements gradually calmed down. Lan Chen hugged Nian Bing's body. She could feel that Nian Bing's weight was almost completely on her body. Nian Bing hugged her in silence, but the Xiantian qi and magic elements in the air were quickly surging towards his body. The magic he used before not only had high requirements for magic power and external Xiantian qi, but also had an unprecedented burden on his spiritual energy. He controlled 7 forbidden curses to explode at the same time without injuring a single person. This kind of spiritual control was almost unheard of. Not only did he do it, he also released 1,000 levitation spells at the same time after the 7 forbidden curses ended. He accurately appeared under every Feng people and safely sent them to the ground. Nian Bing's body was already extremely empty at this time. Even so, after landing, he still helped Halogen recover his longevity saber under the cover of others. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just opened the West Meridian Point, which allowed him to rely on a large amount of Xiantian qi to complete that attack, he definitely wouldn't have the power to instantly reach the 13th level. With Nian Bing's strength, he didn't need to do this if he wanted to break out of the Phoenix spread wings formation. However, he had to do this in order to completely intimidate the Feng people and make them give up on killing Lan Qin. Feng Su and Feng Kong appeared behind Nian Bing. Feng Su's gaze was very complicated. The unfathomable strength of this young man shocked him greatly. He never thought that there would be someone in this world who could deal with the Feng people's phoenix spread wings formation like this. Nian Bing didn't break out of the formation. Instead, he broke it completely. It wasn't difficult for him to destroy the Feng people. Even if Feng Su and Feng Kong were in charge of the formation, the result wouldn't change at all. More importantly, he didn't hurt any of his people after breaking out of the formation. Nian Bing used his actions to prove that they were indeed here to help the Feng people. Although Feng Su didn't want to admit that this was true, there were still some difficult people. Nian Bing said thank you. Nian Bing let go of Lan Chen's arms. In this short period of time, he had recovered some of his spiritual energy. He didn't show any signs of weakness on the surface. He turned to Feng Su and said, "Elder, there's no need to be so polite. It's fine as long as you still remember our bet. I am indeed an outsider and shouldn't interfere with the Feng people's internal affairs. However, I hope to make some contributions to help the Feng people deal with the upcoming disaster. To be honest, I'm not doing this for the Feng people. I'm doing this for Feng Nu, for Qin Qin, and for my mother." Feng Su sighed and didn't say anything else. He turned and walked into the depths of the firewood forest. Feng Kong said, "Come, follow me." Yu Ruyan walked to Nian Bing's side and held his hand. A warm and mellow dou qi entered Nian Bing's body, nourishing his meridians. Nian Bing smiled and nodded to Yu Ruyan, indicating that she was fine. Only then did everyone follow the 2 elders to the Feng people's true habitat. When they passed through a dense forest, the giant volcano finally appeared before them. In fact, when they were breaking the formation, Nian Bing had already seen the existence of this volcano from the sky. Now it seemed even more real. Looking from the bottom, the volcano was at least 10,000 feet tall. However, There were no clouds around the peak, so they could clearly see the mountain top that seemed to have been shaved off by a knife. The trees in the forest changed from many types to one type. A large forest of parasol trees appeared before everyone's eyes. In the forest, there was a 10 feet wide path paved with stones that extended into the forest. The temperature here was clearly higher than in the forest. The warm air nourished Nianbing and the others' bodies. Yuruyan's eyes moistened. After so many years, she finally returned to her hometown. They walked along the stone path, and after the time it took to eat a meal, a simple village appeared in front of them. There were a few farms around the village, and some Fong clansmen were working hard. The wooden houses in the village looked very neat and orderly. Thousands of wooden houses surrounded the foot of the volcano. Under the lead of Feng, Su, and Feng Kong, everyone walked into the village. Everywhere they passed, the Feng clansmen respectfully bowed to the two elders. At the same time, they looked at Nianbing and the others curiously. "Ah, isn't this Feng Nu? Girl, you're back." An old voice sounded. An old Feng people greeted Feng Nu in front of his house. Feng Nu hurried forward and said respectfully, "Grandpa Song, how are you? Long time no see. You're still so hale and hearty." The old man chuckled. "I can't take it any more. I'm old. Girl, I haven't seen you for a long time. Grandpa really missed you. Why? Did you finish your training outside? Or did you come back specially to attend the ceremony? Since you're back, why don't you stay for a while? While you were gone, I often heard little Eagle Shing talking about you. He's so beautiful now. You're not young anymore. The wedding should be held soon." Feng Nu looked a little embarrassed. Just as she didn't know how to answer, Yuruyan came to her side. "Uncle Do you still recognize me?" Her voice was a little trembling. She went forward and held the old man's hand. Feng Du's old yellow eyes carefully looked at Yuruyan's excited face. He revealed a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Ah, you little Yan? It's me, Uncle Song." Tears flowed down Yuruyan's cheeks. Seeing her clansmen again, seeing this uncle who had looked after her for so long, her heart trembled. Intense emotions gushed forth unceasingly as she held the old man's hand tightly. Feng Song was so excited that his body trembled. "Little Yen, it's actually Little Yen who came back. I heard from Feng Kong that you were already dead. Little girl, you really did cause a lot of trouble back then." Zhao Ruyan said with tears in her eyes, "No, I'm not dead. Uncle Song." Feng Du smiled. "All right, it's good that you're back. Let bygones be bygones. Who's right or wrong? Feng Su, Feng Kong, you're not allowed to help Little Yen, do you hear me?" Feng Su's expression was still a little gloomy. He said, "Big brother, don't worry. We won't make things difficult for her. Rest well and take care of yourself." Feng Song patted Yuruyan's hand and said, "All right, you can go now. Just come and visit this old man when you're free." While they were talking, Feng Nu whispered to Nianbing that among the 5 elders of the Feng people back then, Feng Du's father was the eldest of the 5 elders. Ru Yan's father, who was also her grandfather, was the leader. Elder Feng Song was second in line, followed by Feng Su, Feng Kong, and another elder. During a battle with an enemy, the 5th elder died. The 5th elder had passed away, and Elder Feng Song was also seriously injured. Although he managed to survive, he was still alive. Although he managed to survive, he lost the dou qi he had cultivated for many years. That was why he looked so frail. Even so, Elder Feng Song had a very high status among the Feng people. He insisted on not being an elder anymore, so Feng Su and Feng Kong were promoted to 2nd and 3rd in honor of Yu Ruyan's deceased father. He kept his position as the 1st elder. After bidding farewell to Feng Song, everyone followed Feng Su and Feng Kong to a large house in the middle of the Feng people's village. This was where the Feng people discussed matters. The layout of the wooden house was very simple. There were 10 zhang long rattan chairs on both sides. There were 2 chairs in the center. Feng Su and Feng Kong walked to the innermost part and sat down. At the same time, they gestured for Nian Bing and the others to sit. Feng Su's expression calmed a little. He looked at Nian Bing, Yu Ruyan, and the others. The Phoenix Nirvana ceremony is the most important event of our clan. The Feng people have passed on for so many years, but this is the first time that outsiders are participating. Since you insist on protecting the Ice Phoenix, then what do you suggest? Yu Ruyan said, Elder Feng Su, according to what Nian Bing said, this Phoenix Nirvana ceremony is likely to cause the Phoenix True Fire in the Phoenix volcano to erupt because of Chinchin's Ice Phoenix constitution. Just like Nian Bing said, let our clansmen retreat from the Wutong forest temporarily and return after the ceremony. Before returning, I thought about it carefully. The appearance of the Ice Phoenix and the rise of the Phoenix are recorded in our clan's ancient records as signs of the Phoenix True Fire's eruption. However, no one knows whether this is good or bad. You're now the chief elder of our clan. Then, can we carefully check the records in our clan's ancient records? Perhaps we can find some clues? Feng Su shook his head. As an elder of the Feng people, I've already memorized our clan's ancient records. There are only records of the Ice Phoenix's 6 words. That's why I insisted on following the clan's rules. I have to admit that we don't have the ability to follow the clan's rules. Facing the upcoming ceremony, all we can do now is to do our best to prevent the Phoenix volcano's eruption from damaging our home. According to our clan's ancient records, the Phoenix volcano represents the rise and fall of the Feng people. Our ancestor, the Great Phoenix, died in this volcano. Therefore, this is the only sacrifice of the Feng people. It can never be changed. If this eruption destroys the entire forest, then it represents the extinction of the Feng people. His words were very heavy. Everyone present could hear the righteousness in his words. Although this elder had lost the bet, he was unwilling to face the Phoenix True Fire. Yu Ruyan firmly said, Since that's the case, please don't worry. Unless Feng Yan dies, we won't let the Phoenix True Fire damage our home for thousands of years. Feng Su sighed. If you can help our clan safely pass the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony this time, then I can make an exception and let you, Feng Nu, and even your other daughter return to the Feng people. However, you have to understand that if you fail, you will become the sinners of the Feng people. Yan, it's not too late to change your mind. For the survival of the Feng people, sacrifice is the best choice. Yu Ruyan smiled. She first looked at Nian Bing. Elder, if Feng Yan had never left the Feng people, perhaps she would have made that choice. However, after living outside for so many years, there is nothing more important than family to me. Moreover, as the saying goes, a married woman follows her husband. Chen and Feng are already Nian Bing's wives. Even if I agree, will he agree? The 2 elders' gazes landed on Nian Bing. They didn't need Nian Bing to answer. They naturally knew the answer. From Nian Bing's 7 forbidden weapon absolute curse, they knew that it was impossible to kill Lan Qin. Moreover, Nian Bing had already shown them enough mercy. If she insisted on killing Lan Qin, the Feng people would probably be destroyed by this unfathomable dragon magician before the Phoenix True Fire appeared. Moreover, Yu Ruyan, who could be called the Feng people's #1 expert, and the Feng people's hope, Feng Nu, were also present. Nian Bing said, I'm afraid that you have never seen the Phoenix True Fire before. Since the Phoenix True Fire has never appeared before, then we should try. We'll have to try. As long as I'm here, I won't allow anyone to hurt my wife. Just like how the survival of the Feng people is the most important thing to you 2 elders, my wife is also the most important thing to me. Feng Su nodded. For the first time, he felt that he had no choice but to make this decision. There are still 20 days until the Phoenix volcano erupts. At that time, I'll stake my old life and give it a try with you guys. Feng Kong, 10 days later, led our people out of the firewood forest and wait for my news. If the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony is successfully completed, you can bring our people back. Otherwise, we can only find another place for our people to stay. The future of the Feng people is in your hands." Feng Kong said anxiously, "Second brother, how can this be? As an elder of the Feng people, how can I not participate in the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony? I want to stay and participate in this ceremony with you." Feng Su said angrily, "Nonsense. The future of the Feng people is the most important thing. If we don't have an elder to lead us, then our people will only fall apart. Feng Kong, can't you tell what's important and what's not? This is your fate. As the chief elder of our clan, this is the fate I give you." Feng Kong looked at Feng Su in a daze. Feng Su also looked at him. They had been brothers for many years. So how could he not understand his second brother's meaning? A bitter smile appeared on his face as he said with great difficulty, "Yes, Feng Kong obeys. Second brother, I believe that everything will succeed. The heavens won't let the Feng people decline like this." Seeing the heavy expressions of Yu Ruyan, Feng Nu, and the Feng people, Nian Bing deeply felt how heavy his responsibility was. He didn't say anything else. He could only prove everything with his actions. Nian Bing and the others were arranged to live in the village of the Feng people. Strangely, during the 20 days of waiting, Nian Bing didn't get intimate with any of his wives. They even spent less time seeing each other. He and Dao Yun lived in the same room and spent 4 hours a day cultivating. What could they do in a short 20 days? Nian Bing didn't know either, but he knew that every bit of strength he gained would give him more control when he faced the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lan Qin sat cross-legged on her bed in silence and meditated. Since 7 days ago, her body had a strange feeling. The ice magic in her body seemed to be boiling and would often fluctuate unstably. The aura in her body also became very unstable, and all kinds of emotions appeared for no reason. Feng Nu lived in the same room as her. Every time something happened to Lan Chen's body, she would immediately help her sister calm down. Feng Nu found out Lan Chen's ice magic seemed to be different from before. There seemed to be something more, but she couldn't explain what it was. 20 days had passed. According to the records of the Feng people, today was the day of the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. 10 days ago, Feng Kong took all the people of the Feng people and left the village where the Feng people lived for countless years. Before Feng Kong left, he held Yu Ruyan's hand tightly. Although he didn't say anything, how could Yu Ruyan not understand what he meant? This was the home country of the Feng people. After leaving this habitat full of pure fire elements, the Feng people would no longer have powerful warriors. The Phoenix Nirvana ceremony this time, as the two elders said, would determine the life and death of the Feng people. Yu Ruyan had already prepared everything. She knew what she had to do. The Phoenix tree forest became very quiet. It was as if all the creatures in the forest had disappeared into thin air. The earth trembled slightly. The fire elements in the air became twice as violent as usual. Nian Bing and Dao Lan walked out of the room together. The two smiled at each other. They both knew that they were about to face the eruption of the Phoenix volcano in the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. Although it was Nian Bing's first time experiencing a volcano eruption, Dao Lan didn't know how many times he had experienced it. In the environment of the godly mainland, there would be a volcano eruption every once in a while. He couldn't be more familiar with this kind of natural disaster. Yu Ruyan, Feng Nu, Longling, and Lan Qin also walked out of the room with Feng Su. Everyone gathered together. Feng Su's expression was very serious. He looked at the Phoenix volcano that was a few hundred meters away from the Feng people's village. He said in a low voice, "It's time. Let's go." The eruption of the Phoenix volcano will bring out Phoenix flames and large amounts of lava. What we need to do is to suppress the lava and keep it inside the volcano until it calms down. Our clan's 9 abandonment battle energy cultivates the Phoenix flames. Under the circumstances of a reward, as long as the Phoenix clansmen who participated in the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony were strong enough to suppress the volcanic eruption, Not only would they not be harmed, but their cultivation would also increase due to the dense phoenix flames. Speaking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Lan Chen and said, "However, today's guessing situation is different. What kind of situation will appear is completely unknown, so please be careful. Come with me." After speaking, he flashed and rushed towards the phoenix volcano like lightning. Feng Nu, Yu Ruyan, and Lan Chen respectively activated their royal feathers. Long Ling used Blizzard, Nianbing, and Dao Lan jumped up at the same time. The group of 7 rushed towards the phoenix volcano at full speed. From the surface, the phoenix volcano looked like an ordinary mountain, except that there were no living things on it. As soon as they stepped on the mountain, everyone could clearly feel a scorching heat coming from the mountain. The heat was surging, and the surrounding air seemed to have become slightly distorted. However, this heat didn't have much effect on them. Nian Bing gave the sigh of the snow goddess to Long Ling while she guarded Bing Yin. Relying on the cold air from the morning dew dagger, Long Ling received a very small amount of heat, and Nian Bing used her heavenly eye domain to help Bing Yin disperse the surrounding heat. 20 days ago, even the 9 fire phoenixes, formed by the powerful phoenix wings formation, were weakened by half by Nian Bing's heavenly eye domain. This kind of heat was really not enough to threaten them. Everyone was a powerhouse among humans. 1,000 zhang tall mountain might not be possible for ordinary people in a day, but for them it couldn't be more simple. In a quarter of an hour, they had already reached the peak from the foot of the mountain. Surrounded by the volcano, a huge amount of fire energy continuously flowed from the peak. When they reached the peak, Nian Bing immediately discovered that the peak of this huge volcano was surprisingly similar to the Lake of Death on Green Mountain. However, there was no lake water here, but an inverted, cone-shaped pit. The deepest part of the pit was about 100 zhang deep. Around this cone-shaped pit, there were a total of 5 huge golden diagrams. Those were the diagrams of 5 phoenixes, but their postures were different. At this moment, the 5 diagrams were already emitting a faint golden light, and in the deepest part of the cone-shaped pit, plumes of thick smoke were continuously rising. Chapter 205. The surrounding rocks were boiling hot, and the distortion in the air was becoming more obvious. Waves of heat continued to spread from the center of the volcano. Feng Su said, "Those 5 golden phoenixes are seals left behind by our ancestors. When we inject our 9 leave battle chi into them, we can activate their sealing power and restrain the volcano. When the ceremony starts, we will each control 2 seals, and Feng Nu will control 1. Nian Bing, you will do as you please. Just remember to keep the eruption within the volcano and not let it out. The volcano's eruption is the fiercest in its initial stages. As long as we can hold on for a while, it will be easier to deal with. However, today's transformation may be different." Nian Bing nodded. "I understand. Elder, don't worry, we will do our best. Brother Halogen, you protect Ling, and I will protect Qinchin." Yu Ruyan said, "Elder Feng Su, you only need to control 1 seal. Feng Nu and I will each control 2. 5 seals should be controlled by 5 elders." Feng Su was stunned. "How can that be? In the past few years, my 9 phoenix transformations finally made a breakthrough and reached the 4th transformation. Although controlling 2 seals is a bit difficult, it should be possible." Feng Nu said, "Elder, as Mother said, let me control 2 seals. Don't worry, I am confident I can do it. I have already reached the 6th of the 9 phoenix transformations. Phoenix transformation." "What?" Feng Su was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. When Feng Nu left the Feng people hadn't discovered the special cultivation method of the first 2 transformations. At that time, Feng Nu could barely use the 2nd transformation, Royal Feather, but now she was telling him that she could already use the 6th transformation. How is this possible? In the history of the Feng people, no one had improved so quickly. Of course, he didn't know. Under the effects of the angel's tear that Nian Bing had sacrificed his life to cast, the Phoenix Girl had undergone a complete transformation. Furthermore, her Tian Yin acupoint had been opened. This allowed her cultivation speed to reach a whole new level. In a year and a half, her strength had made a qualitative leap. Even Urian was no match for Feng Nu, who had the Tian Yin acupoint. Among the 3 Feng people present, Feng Nu was the strongest. Among the 7 people present, Feng Su was the weakest. Even Long Ling had reached the level of an ice archmage. Moreover, with her Tian Yin acupoint, she was definitely stronger than Feng Su. Feng Su looked at Feng Nu doubtfully and said, "Okay, let's start now." He also wanted to see if Feng Nu's 6th transformation was real or fake. If Feng Nu really did reach the 6th transformation, then even though there were only 3 of them here today, the strength of their 9 abandonment battle aura was probably stronger than that of the 5 elders who had reached the 3rd transformation. Feng Su's expression became abnormally serious as he felt the heat and vibrations from the Phoenix volcano grow stronger and stronger. He bit his right middle finger, and with the golden 9 leave battle energy wrapped around it, he flew out like lightning toward the golden phoenix, symbol closest to him. At the same time, Urian and Phoenix Girl bit their own middle fingers at the same time. They each shot out 2 drops of blood towards the other 4 phoenix symbols. They were once the hope of the Feng people. Naturally, they knew what to do at the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. 5 drops of blood landed on the 5 phoenix symbols almost at the same time. A strange scene appeared. Under the stimulation of the Phoenix royal bloodline, the 5 golden phoenix symbols seemed to come alive. In a flash of golden light, the 5 phoenixes turned into countless golden figures and soared into the sky. More than half of the heat in the air was absorbed by the 5 golden phoenixes, causing the air to become cooler. However, just as everyone felt the seal left behind by the Feng people begin to take effect, the Phoenix volcano under their feet shook violently, and a surge of fire energy surged out. With a loud boom, accompanied by countless rocks and dust, a fiery red light shot up from the center of the Phoenix volcano. In the blink of an eye, it rose to a height of more than 100 feet. The surrounding air became completely distorted, and the scorching heat rose to the extreme. Even with the protection of the morning dew dagger, Long Ling's face turned pale. Only with the protection of Halogen's black battle aura did she stabilize her body. Nian Bing opened her heavenly eye domain, enveloping herself and Lan Qin. The power of the domain was extremely useful, and it greatly weakened the expansion of the fire element. The 5 golden phoenixes that had just ascended were immediately scattered to the sides by the sudden eruption of the volcano. At this time, the 5 golden phoenixes also began to play their role. Golden flames spread out in all directions, condensing into a huge light shield, completely enveloping the erupting lava, gravel, and dust, preventing it from spreading outwards. Royal bloodline feather. Feng Su shouted, and a pair of fiery red wings floated out from his back, carrying him into the sky. 2 surging golden flames were injected into the golden light pillar in the center, merging with the golden phoenixes that he had activated with his royal bloodline. At the same time, Feng Nu and Yu Ruyan did the same, but the flames from each of their hands merged into a golden phoenix. The 5 golden phoenixes that were shaken by the eruption of the volcano regained their luster under the combined efforts of the 3. They forcefully prevented the eruption of the volcano from spreading outwards. The volcano trembled even more violently, each eruption stronger than the last. Feng Nu and the other 2 also entered the 3rd transformation from royal bloodline feather to illusory phoenix demon body. The 3 illusory golden red figures flapped the wings on their backs to control their bodies. It was obvious how much pressure they were under from the constant changes in their figures. Feng Nu and her mother looked at each other, and their minds were connected. The 3 Feng people who had reached illusory phoenix demon body weren't enough to control the 5 golden phoenixes to the best effect. So they chose to continue transforming without hesitation. 6 illusory figures appeared out of thin air, and as they materialized, the phoenix flames injected into the golden phoenixes suddenly became several times stronger. The surging golden light completely suppressed the eruption of the volcano, and the 5 golden phoenixes circled in the air as if they were alive, preventing the scorching airflow in the air from leaking out. The Phoenix Nirvana ceremony truly began at this moment. 2 of the 4 transformations, one of the 3 transformations, fully unleashed the power of the Phoenix seal. Feng Su only felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. The 3 of them all secretly heaved a sigh of relief as they continued to increase the seal's power. Nianbing and the other 3 stood at the edge of the volcano and watched. After the seal was fully activated, the heat in the air decreased significantly. Although the eruption of the volcano continued to increase in power, it clearly wasn't easy to break through the seal. Nianbing focused her spiritual power and prepared to be ready to fight. On the other side, Longling had already started chanting an incantation, and Halogen had also taken out his god-slaying battle axe. If this was the previous Phoenix submarine ceremony, Feng knew, and the other 2 would only need to hold on like this. When the eruption of the volcano gradually stopped, it would be completed successfully. However, the eruption this time was indeed different from the past. The Feng people's records weren't wrong. Just as they took control of the situation, Lan Qin, who was standing beside Nianbing, began to change. Lan Qin could clearly feel her body becoming abnormally hot. This heat wasn't caused by the heat from the outside world. Instead, it was constantly being emitted from inside her body. The ice magic in her body didn't decrease. Instead, it seemed to be increasing in power. However, the burning sensation became more and more intense, as if it was going to burn her entire body. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain, but the heat in her body had already begun to spread outwards. Nianbing had been holding Lan Chen's hand all this time. The change in Lan Chen's body immediately attracted his attention. Originally, Lan Chen's little hand was always ice cold, but he was surprised to find that her little hand, which should have been ice cold, was now boiling hot. Shocked, he turned his head to look at Lan Chen. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Lan Chen's painful expression. Then, blue wings spread out from Lan Chen's back. She let out a scream of pain, and her body involuntarily soared into the sky. Nianbing jumped in fright. He hurriedly cast a wind magic spell on himself and chased after Lan Chen. However, at that moment, Lan Chen's body underwent 3 changes in succession. All 3 changes were completed in an instant. Each change strengthened her phoenix form, evolving from royal feather to phoenix flapping wings of 5 colors. The 3 blue figures all turned into 5 colors at the same time. Lan Chen let out another scream of pain, and the 3 figures flew in 3 different directions. The wildly surging, 5-colored light moved rapidly. Each time it moved, it brought with it a powerful aura. Feng Su, who was flying in the air, was still trying his best to control the golden phoenix seal. He couldn't stop Lan Chen at all. However, when he saw Lan Chen go through the 3 parts of the phoenix shadow and the 5 colors of the phoenix flapping its wings, he felt a strong sense of unease. He yelled, "Quick, stop her!" Without needing Feng Su's order, Nianbing reacted quickly. He pounced at Lan Chen, who was in the center. At the same time, 4 shadow puppets appeared from his body. The wind shadow puppet and the black shadow puppet went after Lan Chen on the left, while the space shadow puppet and the light shadow puppet went after Lan Chen on the right. At this critical moment, Nianbing fully activated his heaven's domain. He and the 4 shadow puppets all reached the limit of their speed. However, Lan Chen, who had entered the 5th Phoenix transformation, also reached the limit of her speed. After the 3 figures split up, She instantly pounced at the golden phoenix seal in the center. She seemed to be struggling, but it seemed like she couldn't control herself. There was only a short distance from the edge of the volcano to the center. Just as she was about to charge into the golden seal, Nian Bing and the 4 shadow puppets finally arrived in time and blocked Lan Chen's path. Seeing Lan Chen's current state, Nian Bing couldn't help but jump in fright. Lan Chen's eyes had turned completely ice blue. They were filled with pain. Seeing that Nian Bing was blocking her, she actually raised her hands and released a wave of 5-colored light towards Nian Bing and the 4 shadow puppets. Nian Bing knew that only one of the 3 Lan Chens was real. However, under the effect of the Phoenix Shadow's 3 parts, he simply couldn't distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. Nian Bing's rich combat experience was of great help to him. Without any hesitation, he and the 4 shadow puppets immediately pounced forward. The first ones to display their effects were the space shadow puppet and the light shadow puppet. Under the effect of Nian Bing's enormous spiritual power, he divided his will into 5 parts, separately controlling his own body and the 4 shadow puppets. Pure and holy light essence surged out, enveloping Lan Chen's body. That was completely a high-level healing technique, removing the 5-colored light emitted by Lan Chen. Just as Lan Chen's charging figure slowed down slightly, the space shadow puppet's whole body emitted a bright silver light. With a spatial transmission, it had already sent Lan Chen to the edge of the volcano. At this time, the power of this Lan Chen's attack was completely displayed. However, she was already far away from the central ceiling volcano's light pillar, and Nian Bing himself and the 2 shadow puppets, Wind and Earth, didn't stay idle either. Nian Bing's method was very simple. He ignored the high temperature of the 5-colored light flame and directly pounced forward, embracing Lan Chen in front of him. Of course, he definitely didn't act rashly. Although the Sky's Eye domain didn't have any offensive effects, it was extremely powerful in terms of defense, amplification, and weakening. Especially after Nian Bing's Sky's Eye acupoint reached the ultimate realm. His Sky's Eye domain had already reached a whole new level. 20 days ago, it was precisely because of the Sky's Eye domain that he was able to first greatly weaken the attack of the Phoenix Spreading Wings formation, and then through amplification, complete the 13-level 7 forbidden 7 seals curse. Under the effect of the Sky's Eye domain, when Nian Bing hugged Lan Chen's body, her attack was also imprinted on Nian Bing's chest. Nian Bing let out a muffled groan. The 7-colored radiance of the Sky's Eye domain moved at the same time, reducing the fire element attached to the attack to a minimum when it was attacked. Lan Chen wasn't a warrior, but a magician. Her 2 palms naturally wouldn't cause any harm to Nian Bing. Carrying her body, Nian Bing suddenly accelerated, following closely behind the space shadow puppet and the light shadow puppet back to the edge of the volcano. The earth and black shadow puppets were also very direct. As the strongest of the shadow puppets, Emperor Kurobutsu's mind was already connected to Nian Bing's. Although Lan Chen had already used the 5th transformation of the 9 Phoenix transformations, how could she be a match for Emperor Kurobutsu? The demon-devouring blade drew an arc in the air, instantly creating a black hole that swallowed the surging 5-colored flames. In the next moment, the wind shadow puppet had already created a green tornado that swept Lan Chen's body and sent her flying in the direction of Nian Bing. Although all of this happened in a short moment, Nian Bing had already used all of her strength, and all of the shadow puppets unleashed their strongest abilities to stop the 5 transformations Lan Chen. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to listen to Feng Su and stop the 3 figures of Lan Chen from approaching the seal in the center before the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony was completed. But would it really go so smoothly? The 3 figures of Lan Chen that were brought back to the edge of the volcano by Nian Bing and the shadow puppets all paused at the same time. However, the 3 figures suddenly became more illusory, and only the 3 pairs of blue eyes remained as real as ever. Loud phoenix cries sounded from the 3 figures at the same time, and light instantly shone brightly. Nian Bing only felt the figure in her arms disappear, and Lan Qin turned into a blue light and rose into the air. She watched as the three figures merged into one. The multicolored light instantly shone brightly, forming a huge phoenix that rose into the air. The phoenix's eyes were ice blue, and its huge wings spanned a space of 10 zhang. The multicolored body on the cushion of air instantly increased in size. The multicolored light emitted by the multicolored flames was actually not any weaker than the seal formed by the 5 golden phoenixes. Feng Nu and Yu Rian were shocked to see Lan Qin break through the bottleneck and reach the 6th transformation. Their faces immediately turned pale with fright. An increase in one's strength was a good thing, but in this situation, it seemed that Lan Qin's body had a big problem. Her increase in strength would only increase the problem. Without any hesitation, Feng Nu and Yu Ruyan moved at the same time. The 3 figures of Yu Ruyan lit up with 5-colored light at the same time, and instantly climbed to the 5th transformation of the Phoenix 9 transformations. The 3 figures of Feng Nu instantly merged together and directly skipped the 5th transformation. Relying on the control of her Tian Yan acupoint, another huge phoenix appeared in the air. However, the phoenix that Feng Nu transformed into had completely red eyes that were as clear as rubies. Next was Feng Nu's transformation. After the 5th transformation, Yu Rian's 3 figures also merged together and entered the 6th transformation. Another huge phoenix appeared in the air, this time formed by Yu Rian. Its eyes were emerald green, and the 3 huge phoenixes floated in the air. Because they had entered the 6th transformation, Feng Nu and Yu Rian's strength instantly increased greatly. However, Yu Ruyan herself was the only one who was able to control the seal. He easily cooperated with Elder Feng Su to control the seal that resisted the volcanic eruption. Phoenix Girl circled in the air and faced Lan Qin from below. Nian Bing also rose into the air at this moment, and the shadow puppets were completely retracted. A gray light condensed below him, and Oscar's huge body appeared out of thin air. He spread his dragon wings and brought Nian Bing 1 step ahead of Feng Nu to block in front of Lan Qin. Although they were both in the 6th transformation, the 5-colored phoenix that Lan Qin transformed into was twice the size of Feng Nu and Yu Rian. His huge body was even larger than Oscar's, and he floated in the air. He didn't rush directly into the light pillar from the eruption as everyone was worried about. Instead, he floated there in silence. The 5-colored halo on his body fluctuated in waves, and his blue eyes flickered with a struggling light. However, Lan Qin still couldn't control his body. Feng Nu flew to Nian Bing's side, and they didn't move either. With every minute that passed, they were more confident that they could complete the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. At this moment, the eruption of the volcano was starting to weaken. At this moment, a blue light barrier covered Lan Qin's body from behind. That was clearly the aura of ice. Although the light barrier wasn't strong, it still caused the flames around Lan Qin's body to shrink. That was a magic from Long Ling was afraid of hurting Lan Qin. So when she used the Sigh of the Snow Goddess as her magic staff to activate this magic, she used an ice element sealing technique. But just as Long Ling's magic was about to take effect, a strange scene occurred. The flames that were clearly burning around Lan Qin's body actually swallowed up the ice element sealing technique in an instant, and an enormous and scorching energy continued to rise. However, that scorching heat wasn't the same as ordinary flames. It seemed to be an ice-cold heat. The 2 completely opposite feelings made Feng Nu and Nian Bing feel that something was wrong. At this moment, the 5-colored flames around Lan Qin's body started to change, and the 5-colored radiance started to develop into a pure color. The ground below Lan Qin suddenly split open without any warning, and a surge of magma soared into the sky, merging with Lan Qin's body from below. Immediately after, the 5-colored flames around Lan Qin's body changed in a flash, turning into a blue color like her eyes. The magma was completely absorbed by her body, and the blue flames gently drifted. The blue phoenix suddenly appeared, very moving. Feng Nu cried out involuntarily, the 7th transformation of the phoenix's 9 transformations, true phoenix body. Ah, no, this is Yin fire. Before Feng Nu and Nian Bing could come over, Lan Qin had already spat out a mouthful of blue flames. The flames didn't come from Nian Bing and Feng Nu, but directly onto the ground. Nian Bing quickly understood the meaning of this Yin fire. On the surface, there wasn't any scorching aura, nor was there any loud noise, but the rocks on the ground instantly disintegrated. The moment the vaporized rocks disappeared, another surge of magma erupted. Perhaps it was because of the Yin flames, but the entire Phoenix volcano started to shake violently. The eruption of the volcano that Yuruyan and Feng Su had been suppressing suddenly increased tenfold. The mouth of the volcano suddenly expanded outward, and fiery red lava continued to spread. The 5 golden phoenixes disappeared under the violent impact. Yuruyan's 5-colored phoenix form flashed in the air and caught Feng Su, instantly leaving the volcano's crater. At this point, the volcano's eruption was no longer under their control. Immediately afterward, in the cone-shaped crater of the volcano, magma erupted one after another. The holes gradually connected together, and in just a few breaths of time, the entire volcano had completely erupted. The huge pillar of fire spewed scorching flames into the sky hundreds of times larger than before. The entire sky was dyed red because of the scorching flames. Halogen immediately brought Longling down the mountain. In such an intense heat, there were no other elements in the air besides the fire element. Thus, Longling couldn't fly and could only retreat under Halogen's lead. The magma spewing out of the volcano was speckled with golden light. Even Nian Bing and Oscar couldn't withstand the immense heat. Although the eye of the sky was powerful, they could only retreat in the face of such a violent roar of nature. Oscar spread his wings and brought Nian Bing out of the volcano's range in an instant. Feng Nu and Yuruyan left one after the other. However, when everyone left the crater, they were shocked to find that Lan Chen's body had been swallowed by the magma. Yuruyan and Nian Bing cried out at the same time. Nian Bing leaped up and wanted to jump into the volcano, but found that there was no wind or ice element in the air that could allow her to fly. Oscar caught her again. No matter what Nian Bing said, he refused to take her into the erupting magma. He wasn't doing this for himself. At the same time, he was doing this to protect Nian Bing. Nian Bing kept hearing Oscar's comforting words in her heart. But how could she listen at this moment? Lan Qin had been completely swallowed by the magma. It was as if it had swallowed his heart, causing him to fall into an abyss of pain. He screamed crazily, wanting to summon his shadow puppets to take him into the scorching magma. However, at this moment, all the shadow puppets rejected his request. As the soul of a super-divine weapon, they all had their own consciousness. How could they watch their master die in vain? Nian Bing's heart shattered. His heart shattered amidst the agitation. However, he couldn't move. But that didn't mean that Feng Nu and Yuruyan couldn't move. A strange scene happened. Feng Nu and Yuruyan's phoenixes turned from 5 colors to a pure red. If it was any other time, perhaps they would be very excited to find out that they had entered the 7th transformation of the Phoenix 9 transformations. However, at this time they no longer cared about their own strength. Although the Feng people were of the fire attribute, even their bodies couldn't withstand the high temperature of the magma. Yuruyan rushed out first, heading straight for the magma. But Feng Nu rushed to the vicinity of the volcano before Yuruyan. She suddenly turned around, and a scorching red stream of air gushed out, forcibly stopping Yuruyan's attack. "Mom, let me go." Without waiting for Yuruyan to react, the fiery red phoenix that Feng Nu had transformed into had already rushed into the crazily surging magma. Yuruyan's body was forcefully jolted back. When she wanted to rush forward again, a gray barrier blocked her way. Although Oscar brought Nianbing and flew at their fastest speed, they could only stop Yurian. At this time, Feng Nu had already disappeared. Tears flowed down Nianbing's face. "Mom, don't." His heart seemed to shatter in an instant. Both of his wives had rushed into the hellish sea of fire. In fact, how could he not want to rush in? But at this moment, he had no choice but to stop the impulsive Yurian first. Nianbing regretted. She regretted promising Feng Nu to come back. Why did she bring Lan Qin all the way back to the Feng people? If she didn't come to the Feng people, how could she face such a sudden change? Nianbing realized that she was actually so powerless in the face of the roar of nature. The volcano in front of her had completely erupted, causing all the magic elements in the vicinity to disappear except for the fire element, forming a magic vacuum. No matter how strong her spiritual power was, without the magic elements that she could control, how could she rush in? The golden flames were filled with an abnormally hot air current. Could this be the so-called true phoenix fire? At the same time, Nianbing also knew that Oscar and the shadow puppets were right. Although she also had fire magic and a strong body, once she rushed into the surging lava, there was no way she could survive. That was why she wanted to leave Oscar and rush into the mouth of the volcano alone. At this moment, Feng Su was silent as he watched the volcano erupt 1,000 feet away. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "Strange, so strange." His body was already emitting a multicolored light, and the illusory figure turned from 1 to 3. In the short moment when the volcano completely erupted, he clearly felt that the 9-leaved Do Qi in his body seemed to have been ignited and instantly reached an unprecedented adjustment. It actually directly jumped 2 levels, from the 3rd transformation directly to the 5th transformation. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Yuruyan said sternly, "Nianbing, get out of the way. I want to go in and save my daughters. Don't worry about me. If anything happens to them, what's the point of me living?" Nianbing stared blankly at Yuruyan. Suddenly, his gaze became determined. He nodded and said, "Okay, Mom, then bring me in." Although he knew that he was going to die, he definitely wouldn't back down when his 2 wives were in danger. Oscar didn't want to go in with him. His energy body could actually be maintained outside, but he couldn't form a corpse just like an undead. However, his soul had already merged with this energy body. As long as he continued to cultivate, when the Dragon God's Heart Sutra reached a certain level, he might be able to form a physical body again. It was just that cultivating on his own would be slower than cultivating in his own body. At this point, he couldn't care so much anymore. If they couldn't live together, they could die together. This was Nianbing's only thought. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. Hearing Nianbing's words, Yuruyan was also stunned. Just as she didn't know what to do, Feng Su's voice suddenly sounded. "Wait, don't be rash." 3 Fengs thus flew in front of Nianbing and Yuruyan. The 3 figures merged into one, becoming the chief elder of the Feng people. Feng Su said, "Don't be rash. Listen to me first. Feng Nu and Lan Qin might not be in danger. Maybe it's not a bad thing for them to be in the lava. Instead, it might be a good thing." Yuruyan asked anxiously, "Elder, tell us quickly. Is there any record of this in our Feng people's records?" Feng Su shook his head. "No, there's no record of this in our records. However, didn't you notice the problem? Feel it. This is the first time such a strong eruption has occurred. We're very close to the crater, but the temperature isn't much higher than before. Also, didn't you notice that the lava isn't flowing out of the volcano, nor is it falling from the sky?" Chapter 206. After hearing Feng Su's words, Nianbing and Yuruyan finally noticed that the magma spewing out of the volcano was accompanied by a faint golden light. However, the pillar of fire formed by the magma was the same as when the volcano erupted in the 5 golden phoenix seals. Although it was crazily erupting, it seemed to be restrained by something and did not leak out a single drop of magma. Just as Elder Feng Su had said, although the place they were in was filled with dense fire elements, the temperature did not rise by much. Although the surrounding air was distorted, the temperature was still bearable. This discovery instantly caused a trace of hope to burn once more in the hearts of Nian Bing and Yu Rian. Nian Bing said, "Elder Feng Su, then what should we do now? Are we just going to wait like this?" Feng Su nodded. "That's right, we're going to wait." The appearance of the ice phoenix, the rise of the phoenix. This story is the most important in our phoenix records. Everything that's happening before us tells us that this is no ordinary volcanic eruption. There must be some secret behind it. Therefore, we have to wait. I think that when the eruption ends, the truth will be revealed to us. We are the descendants of the phoenix. How could our ancestors abandon us? Nian Bing, do you remember what you said to me when you first came to the Feng people? Now that I think about it, what you said makes sense. The appearance of the ice phoenix and the rise of the phoenix might not be a bad thing. It might even be an opportunity for the Feng people. Right now, the Phoenix Maiden and Lanshan are in the midst of the intense eruption of the Phoenix volcano. If the ice phoenix is the one who started the epic, then perhaps they have already obtained the true ability of their ancestor. Therefore, we must continue to wait. This is the only way. Urian muttered, "I'll go in and take a look. Perhaps I can be of some help to them." Feng Su hurriedly said, "No, you can't go in. I'm just guessing. The temperature of the magma is so high. If something happens after you go in, then we'll be in trouble." Don't forget that Feng Nu and Lanshan are both your daughters. They are connected by blood, and one of them is an ice phoenix. One of them is Huafeng, with their strength at the 7th transformation. If they can't survive until the end, then you'll just be sacrificing yourself for nothing. If they've obtained a fortuitous encounter, then you might affect them if you go in. So we can only wait. Long Ling and Halogen stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at the people in the air. At this moment, Long Ling was the weakest. After losing her ice magic, she was no different from an ordinary person except for her Tianyan acupoint, which allowed her to observe. Therefore, she could only wait anxiously. Halogen wanted to help Nian Bing and the others, but Long Ling had now lost her magic. She didn't even have the ability to run. Since Nian Bing had given his wife to him to protect, how could he leave his post without permission? If something happened to Long Ling, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Therefore, Halogen stayed by Long Ling's side and observed the situation above with her. Because everything happened too quickly and the various lights were too dazzling, they didn't realize that Feng Nu and Lanshan had already been swallowed by the overflowing lava. Time passed by minute, but the lava's eruption became more and more violent, and the surrounding temperature finally started to rise gradually. And the golden color in the lava also started to become stronger. Nian Bing released a fire magic, trying to take out some lava to feel the current situation of the lava. However, he was shocked to find that although the fire god's right hand rose from the 9th step to the 10th step because of the surrounding fire elements, the fire god's right hand actually melted when it came in contact with the golden lava. If someone had told Nian Bing before that fire magic could also melt, he would have snorted. But now the truth was in front of him. The purple fire had the highest temperature among the fire magic, but compared to the golden flames in front of him, the difference was unknown. Could this be the true fire of the phoenix? The phoenix, what kind of creature was it? According to what the Dragon King had told him, when the phoenix was alive, its strength should be about the same as the dragon god, which was in existence close to the 14th step. Although there was only one phoenix, its strength should be on par with the dragon god, becoming the strongest creature in the world. 14th step. A flame of the 14th step could reach such intensity? If that was the case, then Cao and the others were 4 true gods. How terrifying would their strength be when they reached the 16th step? Originally, during this period of time, he had killed 2 true gods, and his strength had increased due to the opening of the West Meridian Point, causing Nian Bing's self-confidence to increase greatly. But now, facing the true fire of the phoenix, he once again felt that the gap between him and the strongest was like an insurmountable gap. Magic. What kind of magic did he need to cultivate in order to reach the 14th step? Cao had once told him that if he could open all 7 apertures and obtain 3 extreme emperor acupoints, he would be able to control the life and death energies in his body and use them harmoniously. Then he would have a chance of reaching the 16th level of the true God realm. Nian Bing felt that it was not very difficult to open all 7 acupoints. After all, he had already opened the Celestial Eye acupoint and opened the most difficult Huangji acupoint. The Li Zhong acupoint and West Meridian acupoints had also reached the middle stage. With the West Meridian acupoint, opening the Fangjia acupoint was just around the corner. Opening the Earth Spirit acupoint and Hearing Cloud acupoint, which were relatively less effective among the 7 major acupoints, should not be too difficult. However, the biggest problem now was the Huangji and Celestial Eye acupoint in between his eyebrows. If he could not release the Celestial Eye acupoint and completely release his spiritual energy, he was afraid that he would not be able to control the 2 energies of life and death in his body for the rest of his life, and it would be very difficult to open the Huangji acupoint again. However, even Cao could not do anything about his current situation. What else could he do? Cultivation. Only through continuous cultivation and experience could one comprehend more things. Nian Bing realized that he was lacking in strength and immediately wanted to go into seclusion to cultivate. However, his mood was very low right now. Although cultivation was important, Feng Nu and Lan Chen's lives were more important. Only when they were not in danger could Nian Bing relax and develop. Waiting was painful and long. Not to mention Nian Bing and Yu Ruyan. Even Feng Su was starting to get anxious. The volcanic eruption in front of him was indeed strange, but he could not be sure of the mystery behind it. He carefully thought about all the records in the Feng people's records, but there was no way to solve the problem in front of him. Wait, he could only wait. Time passed second by second. Nian Bing, Yu Ruyan, and Feng Su had all retreated back several hundred meters. He had already retreated another 300 meters. The temperature near the mouth of the volcano was simply too high. It seemed to be the heat emitted by the true phoenix fire. After 2 hours, the magma gradually stopped erupting. However, the color of the magma began to change. The original golden-red color turned into red and blue. The temperature also began to explode at that moment, forcing Nian Bing and the others to retreat. Feng Su and Yu Ruyan could feel that their 9 abandonment Do Qi had become more solid in this scorching heat. However, they were more worried about Lan Chen and Feng Nu's safety. In Feng Su's heart, Lan Chen and Feng Nu's safety was related to the Feng people's future. If the appearance of the Ice Phoenix and the rise of the Phoenix could really give the Feng people an opportunity, then it would have a great effect on the Feng people's development. The biggest problem the Phoenixes were facing now was that there were fewer and fewer people with the royal bloodline. Once the royal bloodline disappeared in the near future, it would be equivalent to the Phoenixes disappearing. After all, the 9 changes of the Phoenix was the true ability of the Feng people. The eruption of the Phoenix volcano's golden flames was now in a saturated state. Every time the flames flashed, the heat would ripple outwards. The heat wave swept through the air, and there were no traces of clouds within dozens of kilometers. The clear blue sky was dyed by the golden flames. The beautiful blue-gold color seemed to be indicating something. Nian Bing had tried to use her magic power to condense magic elements from afar to fight against the eruption more than once. However, she didn't have the slightest chance of success. Just as she predicted, the Phoenix volcano had reached level 14 when it erupted at full power. Even if she and Halogen worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they launched their strongest attack, it was impossible to stop the flames. Moreover, what made them hesitate was that if the power of their attack was too great and destroyed the structure of the Phoenix volcano, it was very likely that the range of the volcano's eruption would expand. At that time, it would really be out of control. Thus, No matter how unwilling Nianbing was, she had to continue waiting. 2 hours passed, and then another. From dawn to dusk, the golden flames still showed no signs of disappearing. Even when she used the 7 extinction curse, Nianbing didn't feel as tired as now. The exhaustion didn't come from her body, but from her mind. Worry, regret, and other emotions constantly stimulated her. She could only force herself to remain calm and resist the urge to charge into the Phoenix volcano. As night fell, the golden flames in the sky became even more obvious. Just as Nianbing, Yuruyan, Fengsu, and the others were completely exhausted, the golden flames of the Phoenix volcano finally changed. The surging golden flames suddenly paused. Immediately after, the golden light that could no longer be distinguished from magma and fire rapidly condensed in the air. A gigantic golden phoenix that occupied the entire peak of the volcano appeared. Every time it flapped its gigantic fiery feathers that were hundreds of feet wide, its body would rise a little higher. The phoenix flapped its wings and let out a long cry. The loud cry of the phoenix caused Nianbing and the others' hearts to jump to their throats. At that moment, the golden phoenix actually soared into the sky and turned into a huge golden light. The golden light became smaller and smaller in the sky. It wasn't clear whether it was because it was too far away or because its energy was constantly being depleted. Nianbing panicked and immediately chased after the golden phoenix with Oscar's help. However, the speed of the golden phoenix's ascent was too terrifying. Even if he chased with all his might, he could only watch as the huge phoenix disappeared. Fengsu looked at this strange scene thoughtfully and muttered to himself, "The ice phoenix appears, the phoenix rises. The phoenix has risen. But what does this bring to the Feng people?" At that moment, he relaxed a bit. After all, these words passed down from ancient times didn't bring destruction to the Feng people. Just as Nianbing gave up on chasing the giant golden phoenix in the sky and was about to return to the crater to see what was going on, the phoenix's cry suddenly became clear again. When he looked up, he saw that the golden phoenix had returned at twice the speed it had when it rose into the air. Suddenly, he felt a huge amount of heat. Without waiting for Nianbing's orders, Oscar had already used his fastest speed to escape the golden phoenix's path. The sound of water and fire meeting rang out as the golden phoenix pounced onto the crater. In an instant, the golden light completely disappeared. What replaced it was 2 rays of light, one blue and one red. However, these 2 rays of light did not fly up again. Instead, they condensed into 2 huge phoenixes, one blue and one red. Each of them occupied half of the crater. Nianbing's heart trembled when he saw this scene. The aura of ice and fire allowed him to clearly feel that his beloved wife was still alive. The spiritual resonance in his Tianyan acupoint told him everything. Nianbing had never felt so excited and happy before. Everything that he had waited for was now in the past. Tears streamed down his face as he looked at the 2 huge phoenixes at the mouth of the volcano that were flickering with a dazzling light. Smiling, Nianbing's eyes shone with a strong light. He clasped his hands in front of his chest. For the first time, he felt a sense of faith. He was thanking the heavens for returning his beloved wife. At that moment, everything around him was so beautiful. The red and blue phoenixes, light, gradually dimmed. The Phoenix volcano that had been active for an entire day also gradually calmed down. If it wasn't for the fact that the volcanic rocks around it were still dark red from the previous high temperature, it would seem that the volcano didn't erupt at all. After all, the eruption of the Phoenix volcano this time didn't cause any damage to the surroundings. When the red and blue lights finally dimmed, Nianbing and Yuruyan jumped into the volcano almost at the same time. Elder Feng soon knelt down at the mouth of the volcano and bowed towards the center. His eyes were filled with tears as he thanked the heavens in his heart. At the same time, he also prayed for the ancestors of the Feng people who had sacrificed themselves because of the words, "Ice Phoenix appears, Phoenix rises." Being overly stubborn and foolish, The Feng people had given up several opportunities to become stronger. Now he didn't even need to look at the mouth of the volcano to clearly feel that the Feng people's spring had arrived. Two phoenixes quietly stood at the center of the volcanic crater. They were blue in color, and their feathers were like sparkling and translucent sapphires. Their pair of azure eyes were filled with a clear coldness. Their 5 zhang long bodies stood there, and the phoenix crown on their heads was slightly trembling. An exceptionally pure and holy aura accompanied their phoenix feathers that were constantly flickering with blue light. It was very moving. The red phoenix had a pair of majestic red eyes. Her body was about the same size as the blue phoenix, but her feathers were completely carved out of rubies and shone brightly. The cold aura of the blue phoenix and the hot aura of the red phoenix were completely different. They were supposed to be enemies, but at this moment the two energies were intimately entangled together. Red and blue lights flashed alternately. The two phoenixes looked at each other and spread their wings. Two loud and clear phoenix cries soared into the sky, entangling with each other as they soared into the sky. Yu Ruyan pulled back Nianbing, who wanted to rush over, and said with a choked voice, 8 phoenix transformations. Phoenix awakening body transformation. The 6 phoenix transformations referred to the Feng people who had the bloodline of the Phoenix royal clan. They used pure energy to transform the 5 colored flames into the form of a phoenix, and used this form to explode with stronger attack power. The 7 phoenix transformations referred to the true form of a phoenix. When the 5 colored flames turned into a pure color and the body expanded, the true power of the phoenix would be activated. Therefore, the 7th transformation was the most difficult to break through among the 9 phoenix transformations. However, although these 2 transformations could transform into the form of a phoenix, it was still a phoenix in the form of energy. However, the 8th transformation of the 9 phoenix transformations in front of them changed from the body of a phoenix to the body of a phoenix. These were 2 completely different concepts. At this moment, what appeared in front of Yu Ruyan and Nianbing was a blue phoenix and a red phoenix. They were no longer existences in the form of energy, but real phoenixes. The red and blue lights gradually dimmed as they entangled with each other. The aura around the 2 phoenixes also gradually calmed down. Their gazes turned to Nianbing and Yu Ruyan at almost the same time. The huge wings flapped lightly, and the 2 bodies that were 5 feet long stood up. Immediately after, the red and blue bodies shone again, but this time the light gradually shrank. When the height of the light was the same as the height of a human, Nianbing showed 2 holy and pure bodies. In the faint blue light, the naked Lanqin looked at Nianbing with a smile. From her face, there was not a trace of shyness. Instead, it was completely filled with deep emotions. Under the blue light, her white skin was like a goddess of ice that descended from the sky. In the faint red light, Feng Nu, who was also naked, looked at Nianbing in silence. Her smile was equally moving. Under the red light, her skin looked so pink and translucent. The warm aura also warmed Nianbing's heart. Chin Chin, Feng Nu. Nianbing could no longer resist the excitement of regaining what he had lost. He rushed forward and hugged Feng Nu and Lanqin in his arms. His heart trembled slightly, tightly holding the 2 charming bodies in his arms. He didn't want to know what had happened. He just wanted to cherish his wife in his arms, take pity on them, and never let them leave him for a moment. The 2 almost perfect naked bodies did not arouse Nianbing's desire. At this time, the surging emotions in his heart had completely dispelled all other negative emotions. He only had his wife in his heart. After a long time, the 3 people slowly separated. Nianbing opened her space ring and took out 2 sets of coarse cloth gowns to cover their charming bodies. At this time, Yu Ruyan walked forward. Halogen and Longling also came up from the bottom of the mountain. It was because he felt their arrival that Nianbing was unwilling to separate from the warmth. Mom. Feng Nu and Lanqin threw themselves into their mother's arms at the same time. Not only was Nian Bing excited, they were also excited. The feeling of being reborn filled their hearts with indescribable emotions. It would be a lie to say that they didn't feel any lingering fear. Yu Ruyan hugged her two daughters as tears streamed down her face. Her worry was no less than Nian Bing's. Her two daughters could be said to be her lifeblood. Seeing them safe and sound, Yu Ruyan only felt that she was too blessed. Feng Su had also finished his prayers and stepped into the mouth of the volcano. Looking at Yu Ruyan, Feng Nu, and Lan Qin, he finally felt for the first time that it was time for the Feng people to change their rules. The emotional hugs moved from Yu Ruyan to Long Ling. The three women cried in each other's arms. After living together for so long, they already had a sisterly relationship. After a full hour, everyone's emotions gradually calmed down. Before anyone could ask, Lan Qin and Feng Nu had already explained what had happened. After hearing this, everyone truly understood the meaning of the Ice Phoenix's appearance and Phoenix's ascension. When Lan Qin lost control of her body, she discovered that her thick ice magic had mutated. Ice could actually burn. This was something she had never imagined before. However, this was the truth. It was because of the mutation of her magic that the following changes occurred. When she completed the 7th transformation, under Feng Nu's exclamation, Lan Qin finally realized that the blue flames burning in her body were actually Yin fire. Yin fire wasn't the same as Yin fire. It was also a pure fire. Just as she didn't know why this happened, the Phoenix volcano erupted. That huge true Phoenix fire made Lan Qin think that her life had come to an end. However, unexpectedly, she didn't feel any heat coming from her surroundings. Instead, she entered a spacious golden space. Not long after she entered this space, Feng Nu also rushed in. She had cultivated the Phoenix fire since she was young, so the 9-leaf Do Qi in her body was incomparably pure. However, when she also entered this space, the two sisters felt a strange aura. It was as if the two of them were originally one. No matter what one of them felt, the other could also clearly feel it. Even their expressions and body movements were completely the same. A golden phoenix appeared in the golden space. The golden phoenix was in the form of energy. In that instant, Feng Nu and Lan Qin's minds had an additional memory from the ancient times. It turned out that during the Great War of the Gods, the phoenix was the same as some dragons. They were also part of the Lost Continent. The phoenix was the totem of the entire Lost Continent. It was revered by all the humans on the Lost Continent. When the final battle broke out, the only phoenix became the only powerful existence on the Lost Continent that could fight against the main gods. Under its leadership, the human, elf, and dwarf allied forces launched a frenzied attack. In this battle, the phoenix also used all of its power. It was because of its all-out effort that it bought time for the Lost Continent to win. The phoenix's biggest advantage wasn't its strength. Instead, it was its almost immortal body. Every time it died defending against the main gods, it would be reborn from the flames. With its own strength, it blocked the help of the 3 main gods to the gods of the godly continent. It was no doubt that it consumed a lot of energy. However, no matter how strong its immortal body was, it was still formed by energy. It was also composed of energy. After the phoenix's energy was greatly depleted over and over again, he was finally unable to fully resurrect himself. At that time, he had already killed one of the main gods who fought against him. The phoenix knew that it couldn't continue to fight. Therefore, it chose to leave. Death could bring honor. However, once it was truly dead, then if the lost continent failed, they would never have another chance. Therefore, it chose to leave, leaving behind a spark of hope for the lost continent. The phoenix left the battlefield in a state of suspended animation and came to the Yangon continent. Soon, it found the active volcano located in the Longmu Empire. He passed down his bloodline to the local humans and passed down his cultivation method. After that, his remaining energy entered the volcano and fell into a deep slumber. and these humans were the predecessor of the Feng people. The phoenix's slumber was a process of cultivation. When he had slumbered in the volcano for 1,000 years, he realized that he would never be able to regain his original abilities. His spiritual imprint had been fatally damaged in the tragic battle on the Shinny continent. All he could retain was a trace of his own consciousness and the pure, true fire of the phoenix. It was waiting for the Feng people to inherit its bloodline. The only thing it could do was to cultivate a new phoenix to replace itself. And this new phoenix magician, the Feng people, could possibly have a human with the Ice Phoenix constitution. However, it didn't know that the ancient records it left behind in the memories of the Feng people had misunderstood its intentions. It wasn't until 10,000 years later that its wish was truly fulfilled. The Ice Phoenix's energy was extreme yin and extreme cold. However, as the saying goes, when the cold reaches a certain point, it will change in the opposite direction. It was under this change that the yin fire produced by the Ice Phoenix could inherit the Phoenix's energy. During the Phoenix's nirvana ceremony, the yin fire would communicate with the Phoenix's remaining soul and obtain the true Phoenix fire. The Phoenix didn't expect that its wait would be so long. The energy it had accumulated was much more enormous than it had imagined. However, if this energy was born by a human with the Ice Phoenix constitution, the outcome would be uncertain. But since its spiritual brand was damaged, it could only take a gamble. However, what it didn't expect was that when the Ice Phoenix was under its control, another Fire Phoenix with a pure bloodline appeared. When it discovered this situation, the Phoenix was pleasantly surprised. It then passed the Fire Phoenix's true fire to the two sisters, Feng Nu and Lan Qin, causing their 9 Phoenix transformations to leap to the 8th transformation. This was because their bodies couldn't completely absorb the Fire Phoenix's true fire at the moment. The Phoenix had left the seeds of the true fire in their bodies. Once the time was right, their strength could reach the 9th transformation. Then, 2 new Phoenixes would be born. Although they also had the bloodline of humans, they were still true Phoenixes. There was no problem with this. After hearing Lan Qin and Feng Nu's narration, Yurian smiled. Feng Su, on the other hand, bowed solemnly. Elder Feng Su of the Feng people welcomes the 2 clan leaders. On behalf of the Feng people, I invite the 2 clan leaders to take charge of the situation for the Feng people. The Feng people had a clan leader from the beginning, and that was the Phoenix. All the Feng people believed that the Phoenix was immortal. Therefore, for 10,000 years, they had been waiting for the revival of their clan leader. And now, Lan Qin and Feng Nu had clearly become the new Phoenixes. Feng Su was filled with regret and excitement. With these 2 peerless powerhouses, the Feng people's spring had truly arrived. Feng Nu stepped forward and helped Feng Su up. Elder, don't be like this. To be honest, even we didn't know that so many things would happen. We're still young, and the Feng people still need your experience to take charge of the situation. Feng Su smiled and shook his head. No, I'm indeed old. When people get old, their minds become slower. Through this Phoenix Nirvana ceremony, I understand that it's time for the Feng people to change. And this change needs the 2 clan leaders to complete. No matter what changes you make to the Feng people's rules, I will always support you. For the sake of the thousands of Feng people's future, please stay. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Nianbing. He knew that whether Feng Nu and Lan Qin were willing to stay was directly related to Nianbing. Nianbing didn't say anything. His gaze fell on Feng Nu and Lan Qin. You have the right to choose your own fate. Elder Feng Su is right. The Feng people do need you now. They need powerhouses like you to lead the Feng people. There's still some time before my battle with the Ice Goddess, so let's stay in the Feng people for now. I'll listen to your choice when the time comes. The Phoenix Nirvana ceremony was set. Nianbing knew that he still had a few difficult moments to face. In fact, he wanted Feng Nu and Lan Qin to stay. He even wanted Longling to stay. This way, he would have less scruples when doing anything. Although Feng Nu and Lan Chen's strength had greatly increased after reaching the 8th transformation, Nian Bing concluded that they had only just reached the 8th transformation. Their strength was still close to the 13th level. If they met a master from the godly mainland, they would be in danger. Moreover, no one knew what would happen during the months of Evil's summoning ceremony. Chapter 207. Looking at Elder Feng Su's sincere eyes, Feng Nu couldn't reject him. Elder, let's return to the Feng people first. It's time for our clansmen to come back. At the same time, I hope you can promise me that I will leave if necessary. Also, we already have a husband. To us, our clansmen are important, but our husbands are more important. Feng Su hurriedly said, Okay, that's not a problem. As long as the 2 clan leaders agree to stay, why would I restrict your freedom? I just hope that under your leadership, the Feng people can walk out of their current predicament. Feng Nu smiled. Actually, my mother should be the clan leader. Although she hasn't been with the Feng people all these years, she has always been paying attention to the situation of the Feng people. Over the years, she has thought of many ways to help the Feng people become stronger. This time we came back to help the Feng people face the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony and also to tell these methods to the elders. I hope you can adopt them. Feng Su smiled. You don't need to tell me these methods now. As the clan leaders, all you need to do is to tell them the truth, and that will be enough. Feng Kong, and I will support you. The perfect ending of the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony wasn't only unexpected by Feng Su, but also by Feng Kong and the rest of the Feng people. Not long after they worriedly watched the huge golden pillar of fire disappear, they received news from Elder Feng Su that everything was fine. The entire Feng people were instantly immersed in a sea of joy. When they returned to their homes, Feng Su immediately announced Feng Nu and Lan Qin as the clan leaders. At the same time, he also revealed the secret of the Phoenix volcano. When Feng Nu and Lan Qin demonstrated the 8th transformation of the Phoenix 9 transformations at the request of the 2 elders, the Feng people began to celebrate like never before. This celebration lasted for 3 days. Nian Bing and Halogen didn't participate in the celebration of the Feng people. Although Nian Bing's 2 wives returned safely, it was also a wake-up call for her. If she wasn't strong enough, her family and friends wouldn't be able to help her in times of danger. Nian Bing decided to use the next 2 months to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Nu, Lan Qin, and Yu Rian were busy reforming the Feng people. The task of taking care of Nian Bing and Halogen fell to Longling. For people with 4 chakra acupoints such as Tianyan, they could cultivate at an astonishing speed, especially after Nian Bing's West Meridian acupoint opened. This kind of change became even more obvious. From the beginning of his seclusion until he came out 2 months later, Nian Bing only ate a small amount of food every day. He didn't even see Feng Nu and Lan Qin. He was completely immersed in his own cultivation. He didn't only cultivate his magic and chakra acupoints. At the same time, this also included his 7 super divine tools. Halogen told him that in order to make the super divine tools more powerful, Diduan had to use Xiantian Qi to nourish the souls in the super divine tools. 7 divine blades, 7 blade souls. Each of them had their own spirituality. In the past, Nian Bing might not have been able to provide them with enough Xiantian Qi to help these blade souls cultivate with him. However, after his West Meridian acupoint opened, this became a reality. Thus, when Nian Bing came out of his seclusion room 2 months later, everyone clearly felt that the current Nian Bing seemed to have changed into a different person. His eyes became clearer than before, but his body no longer emitted the slightest bit of powerful aura. When Feng Nu, Lan Qin, Yu Ruyan, and the 2 elders of the Feng people saw him, they felt a kind of feeling. After they thought carefully, they realized that this kind of feeling was called calmness. The completely ordinary Nian Bing didn't seem as handsome as before. However, when they looked carefully, they could see that between his movements, there was a kind of indescribable aura. It was a kind of aura that no one could compare to. As long as they paid a little attention, they would immediately be deeply attracted. Especially when they looked into his eyes, this kind of feeling would become even stronger. Even Halogen, who had been cultivating in seclusion with Nian Bing, didn't know what changes had happened to Nian Bing during this period of time. However, Halogen clearly felt that originally he was confident that he could defeat Nian Bing. However, the current ordinary Nian Bing could only be described with one word: unfathomable. What? Don't you recognize me? Nian Bing looked at the people in the meeting room with some amusement. Yurian smiled and said, "Indeed, I don't recognize you. However, Mom knows that you have truly grown up." Nian Bing took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a look of longing. 10 days. There are only 10 days left until my battle with the ice goddess priest. I really miss them. It's been 10 years. I don't know if they are doing well. There was sadness in his eyes, but also expectation. Other than the 2 elders of the Feng people, everyone else knew who he was talking about. Feng Nu said, "Nian Bing, let us accompany you." Nian Bing shook his head and said, "No, you don't need to accompany me. Let me deal with my own affairs. The Feng people have just entered the reform period. They need you and Mom here. Ling, are you also stay here, okay?" Long Ling stared blankly and said, "Why?" Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "These days, you all have been quite tired taking care of me. Stay here and accompany Feng Nu, so that she won't be lonely. Ling, or don't be unhappy. I have another reason for leaving you here." As he said that, he took out a thick book from his bosom and handed it to Long Ling. He said, "This is my experience in cultivating magic these years." Receiving that thick book, Long Ling immediately understood Nian Bing's meaning. She lightly nodded her head. Nian Bing said, "Your heavens, I point, has already been opened. In front of you is a door to the peak of magic. In a few months' time, I believe that you will have a qualitative leap. When you cultivate, you must carefully look at the innate qi and spiritual power cultivation methods recorded in this book. Starting from these 2 aspects, it will be more beneficial to your improvement." Long Ling knew that she was the weakest among the 3 girls, especially after Feng Nu and Lan Qin reached the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of the Phoenix. This difference became even more obvious. Although she was reluctant to part with Nian Bing, when she thought of how Nian Bing had given her his experience in cultivating magic, Long Ling had already made up her mind to cultivate diligently while Nian Bing was away. She strived to close the gap between herself and Feng Nu and Lan Qin. The narrator looked at Lan Qin. Lan Qin also looked at him. "You won't also not let me go, right? I am more familiar with the situation in the Ice God Tower." Nian Bing said, "Actually, I know that if you didn't want to save your parents because of me, you wouldn't want to. Actually, you don't want to go, because you are afraid of facing your master. But this time, I am indeed taking you there. You will have to face what you have to face. I might not be able to do what I promised you. We will leave tomorrow morning. You and Brother Halogen will come with me to the Ice God Tower. I think there will be a result soon. Elder Feng Su, Nian Bing has a request." Nian Bing then bowed to Feng Su. Feng Su hurriedly stood up. He said, "Don't be so polite. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that the Feng people wouldn't have regained hope. Although I wanted to kill you before, now I want you to stay. That way, our chief won't run away with you." At this point, his face revealed an unprecedented comical expression, which immediately caused everyone to laugh. The atmosphere in the meeting room also became a lot more relaxed. Nian Bing smiled and glanced at Feng Nu. Although Feng Nu and Lan Qin both became the chief of the Feng people after the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony, he was still very confident that, as long as he was willing, they would definitely follow him. But now that the Feng people had just gotten on the right track, he naturally wouldn't do that. "Elder, I just want to let my parents stay with the Feng people for a while after I take them out. The environment in this forest is very good. Also, I still have some things to do. After everything settles down, I will take my parents away, okay?" The firewood forest where the Feng people live. Not only was it remote, but the environment was also very elegant. There were also so many experts from the Feng people. If his parents could stay here, Nian Bing would be able to rest assured. Feng Su said, "This is a small matter. The Feng people have been planning to reform the clan's rules these days. The first thing to change is that we can't be complacent. Only by interacting with the outside world and even intermarrying can we better pass down our phoenix bloodline." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, elder." They stayed with the Feng people for another night. Nian Bing used this rare time to stay with Feng Nu, Long Ling, and Lan Qin. But nothing happened that night. He didn't hold back and taught the three girls everything he needed to cultivate acupuncture points. He let Feng Nu and Long Ling cultivate diligently. The next morning, when most of the Feng people were still asleep, Nian Bing had already brought Lan Qin and Halogen away from the Phoenix Mountain. Flying in the air, Nian Bing held Halogen's hand while holding Lan Qin's hand. After the life and death parting at the Phoenix volcano, the two's relationship had become stronger. Lan Qin's heart had also opened up a lot. Although she was about to face the master who had raised her for so many years, she didn't have so many complicated emotions in her heart. From the Longmu Empire to the Ice Moon Empire, with their flying speed, it only took them a day to enter the Ice Moon Empire. Seeing that it was already evening, Halogen couldn't help but say, "Nian Bing, we've already flown for a day. Shouldn't we find a place to eat something? Your big brother's stomach has been protesting for a long time." Nian Bing paused and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, big brother Halogen. I was thinking of hurrying and forgot to eat. Chin, you must be hungry too. Come, let's go down and find something to eat." After leaving the Feng people, his heart had already flown to the Ice God Tower. When he thought of finally meeting his parents again after more than 10 years, Nian Bing's mood would become abnormally excited. His father's kind and dignified appearance, and the sadness in his mother's eyes before he left, all of these were deeply imprinted in his heart. For many years, he often thought of his parents in his dreams at night. Now he finally had the ability to save his parents. How could he not be anxious? The three people floated down to the ground. Halogen said excitedly, "Brother, what are we eating today?" It's already been a few days since we've eaten Nian Bing's food. Although the Feng people's keepsake isn't bad, compared to Nian Bing's cooking, there's still a big gap. Nian Bing smiled and said, "I've been busy cultivating these days. My cooking skills are a bit rusty. Let's use the local ingredients and eat whatever we have." The food stored in his spatial ring was already used up long ago on the godly mainland. After coming back, he was faced with all kinds of things and didn't have time to replenish it. Moreover, for Nian Bing, as long as he had seasonings on him, he could also turn edible things into delicious food. Therefore, he didn't bring any more food. The three people looked around and realized that they had landed in a bush. Due to the cold weather in the Ice Moon Empire, there were no traces of animals around. Halogen, who originally wanted to eat a lot of roasted meat, couldn't help but be disappointed. He frowned and said, "You guys wait here. I'll go further and see if I can hunt some animals." Nian Bing looked around. Suddenly his eyes lit up and said, "No need, big brother. There's already something delicious here." As he said that, he pushed aside the thorns at the side and found a few plants in the bush. He pulled them up and pulled out some irregular balls from the soil. Nian Bing didn't stop there. It didn't take long for him to produce a bunch of plants with roots and lumps. Halogen asked curiously, "Brother, what is this?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "We've eaten this before. It's just that you didn't notice it. It's called potatoes. It's easy to make and tastes good. These potatoes are enough for us to eat a meal." Halogen didn't know what potatoes were, but Lan Qin naturally did. Due to the limited environment in the Ice Moon Empire, the harvest of wheat was very low. Therefore, potatoes were the main food for most commoners. Lan Qin had never been very interested in potatoes. He couldn't help but frown and ask, Nian Bing, can this be tasty? Nian Bing smiled and said, Chin Chin, don't look down on these potatoes. Potatoes are a good thing. They are rich in nutrients and are very beneficial to the human body. Master once told me that as long as a person eats some potatoes and drinks some milk every day, they will be able to survive very well. It can be seen how rich the nutrients of potatoes are. Ordinary people may think that potatoes are easy to get fat because of their high starch content. But in fact, although potatoes have a lot of nutrients, it won't affect the body. If it's used as a diet food, it's a good choice. Lan Chen smiled and said, What's wrong? Do you think I'm fat? Don't tell me I need to lose weight. Nian Bing reached out and hugged Lan Chen's waist that didn't have a trace of fat. She laughed and said, How can that be? Our Chin Chin's body is the best. Come, although it's only potatoes, I guarantee that you'll enjoy it. When it came to cooking, no one could interfere. Nian Bing found a few rocks and piled them together. Then, she used the vines from the thorns to weave a net on top of them. She used ice magic to melt the soil on the surface of the potatoes and wash them clean. Then, she placed them on the rack one by one. With a flick of her finger, a flame suddenly lit up under the net made of vines, bringing some warmth to this cold weather. Halogen said, Brother, if you roast the potatoes like this, what will happen if the vines break? Nian Bing smiled and said, Big brother, don't worry. I've injected the earth element into the vines, so it won't break that easily. Actually, did you know? This was my favorite thing to eat when I was young. I remember at that time my father and I were still together. We lived in Dutian City. I was about 5 or 6 years old. Because the Rong family's disciples didn't treat us well, I often sneaked out to play. Sometimes I was alone and sometimes I was with big brother Rongbing. When we went to the outskirts, we would bring some potatoes with us. Then we would use the stones to build a small stove and stick the potatoes through the branches to roast them. We didn't need any skills or manipulation. As long as the potatoes were cooked, the skin would naturally fall off. Then we would sprinkle some salt on them and eat them. Every time we went to the outskirts to roast potatoes, it was the happiest time of my childhood. Although it wasn't a delicacy, I really enjoyed it. Every time I ate it, I would think of my mother. I really miss her. Lan Chan hugged Nian Bing from behind and said softly, You'll be able to see her soon. Although Master sealed Senior's sister Bingling, he never hurt her. He even went to see her often. I know that Master never wanted to kill Senior's sister Bingling. Nian Bing patted Lan Chen's hand and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Ever since Father was taken away by your master and left the Ice God Tower, I learned how to be strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Come, let's wait for the roast potatoes. Potatoes were naturally not a delicacy, but the three of them enjoyed the meal very much. Lan Chen, who usually didn't eat much, ate a lot today. These potatoes that were only sprinkled with salt seemed to remind him of Nian Bing's childhood. For powerful people like them, sleeping was no longer necessary. After the three of them finished eating, they didn't fly anymore. He didn't continue flying. Instead, he identified the direction and walked toward the Ice God Tower. Feeling the cold air, Bing Yan's face became somewhat rosy. After all, she had lived in this cold land for nearly 20 years. This environment was the one she was most used to. At this time, there were still 9 days before the battle between Nian Bing and the Ice Goddess. 3 days later, Nian Bing's group arrived at the closest city to the Ice God Tower, the capital of the Ice Moon Empire, Ice Moon City. Nian Bing didn't go to the Ice Moon Empire's imperial palace, nor did he go to see his subordinates. After arriving at Ice Moon City, he found an ordinary hotel and stayed there. Before he was about to face a great battle, he once again entered a state of meditation. Ice God Tower. The Ice Goddess priestess stood in silence in her own room at the top of the tower, looking at the gray sky outside through the triangular window. Her heart was very calm, and her face wasn't as cold as before. Looking at the distant horizon, she sighed, What will come will come. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ice Spirit, you've also been waiting for a long time. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." A thin layer of frost, once again, covered the priestess's face. The door opened. A woman wearing a priestess's robe walked in. She respectfully said, "Lord Priestess, what orders do you have?" The priestess's hand flashed, and a scroll appeared in her hand. "I'll leave this scroll to you for now. If I die in tomorrow's battle, then open this scroll and announce my decision in front of all the disciples of the Ice God Tower. Lord Priestess, you." The priestess's expression changed. Although she looked to be in her 40s, she was actually in her 70s. She could be considered one of the oldest disciples of the Ice God Tower. The priestess waved her hand and said, "Don't say anything. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Just do as I say. Remember my orders. No disciple of the Ice God Tower is allowed to participate in tomorrow's battle. Otherwise, they will be punished according to the tower's rules. Do you understand?" The priestess wanted to say something else, but when she saw the priestess's cold expression, she couldn't open her mouth. The priestess's expression softened a bit. "Don't worry. This is perhaps the best place for me to return to. As early as 20 years ago, perhaps I shouldn't have existed in this world. Bing Qing, thank you for supporting me all these years. All right, you can leave now." Bing Qing silently left the room. When she closed the door, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She muttered to herself, "Lord Priestess, why do you have to do this? Perhaps only I know the pain in your heart." 100 days after the agreement between Nian Bing and the priestess, the Ice God Tower became unusually quiet. At this time, all the disciples of the Ice God Tower were silently sitting in the tower, quietly cultivating. Their hearts were heavy. After so many years, this was the first time someone dared to come to the Ice God Tower and challenge the priestess's dignity. However, they were strictly ordered not to participate. They could only wait. They all believed that as the person closest to God, the priestess was invincible. Nian Bing walked quietly to this unfamiliar yet familiar land. He looked at the towering, castle-like tower not far away and stopped in his tracks. Not long ago, this was the most terrifying place in his memory, and it had caused him to wake up from his nightmares many times. It had finally come. Everything would come to an end today. Everything, perhaps, would begin today. The Ice God Tower was like a miniature city. Around the tower, there were walls as high as 5 zhang. Outside the walls, there was a moat as wide as 20 zhang. This moat only flowed for 2 months every year. The Ice God Tower was a mysterious place to anyone who didn't belong here. To Nian Bing, it was also mysterious. Nian Bing could still remember it clearly. The last time she came here with her father's powerful fire magic was swallowed by the ice and snow. Her mother and father didn't even touch each other's clothes until the last moment before she escaped. "Father, mother, Nian Bing is here." Nian Bing called out from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were a little hazy. 10 years. How much effort had he put in these 10 years? It was all for the sake of being able to openly challenge the priestess today. 10 years, more than 3,000 days and nights. There wasn't a moment when he didn't miss his parents. A blue light shone from the highest point of the Ice God Tower. Large snowflakes revolved around the tower. Today's weather was very good. Beautiful. The blue sky was cloudless. The sudden appearance of the snowflakes seemed a little abrupt, but it was so compatible with the surrounding cold space. Under the cover of the blue dress, her body floated up under the cluster of large snowflakes and slowly landed on the ground. Nian Bing's surging emotions calmed down. His long golden hair fluttered behind his back. His azure eyes shone like stars. With firm steps, he went up to welcome her. "You've come." The ice goddess priestess floated down to the ground, emitting a somewhat otherworldly aura. Nian Bing nodded and said, "How could I not come when the priestess made an appointment? Just you alone?" The ice goddess priestess asked indifferently. Nian Bing said, The matter between us will naturally be settled by us. If I win, please let my parents go." The ice goddess priestess said coldly, "Wait until you win." A cold aura surrounded the ice goddess priestess. The cold aura caused a layer of fog to gradually appear in the surrounding air. Everything in the surroundings became somewhat hazy. Even the sunlight couldn't disperse this ice fog. Golden light emitted from the ice goddess priestess' chest, lower abdomen, and right hand. The huge aura continued to rise. A layer of milky white brilliance gradually enveloped her body. Her gaze was very cold. From beginning to end, it didn't leave Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "It seems that my judgment was correct. How could the Middle Earth meridian point not have the Feng Jia point? The priestess has been hiding her strength all this time. Including the Huangji point, you have opened 4 apertures. Even if you go to the godly continent, you will definitely be an expert among experts." Although he said that, he didn't idle. Soft 7-colored light slowly revolved around his body. Deep Sway's eyes flashed with electricity. The originally plain eyes suddenly became sharp. The two looked at each other. At their level, incantations were no longer important. At any time, they could rely on their own opened apertures to launch an instant magic attack at the opponent. The ice goddess priestess was like a block of ice that would never melt, and Nian Bing was like an unsheathed blade. In the time it took to eat a meal, the two didn't move at all. They just looked at each other like that. Nian Bing opened all his Tianyi points, looking for the ice goddess priestess weak points. However, he was surprised to find that the golden light emitted from the ice goddess priestess and the soft white light from the Feng Jia point protected her body without any weak points. Nian Bing was looking for the ice goddess priestess weak points. At the same time, the ice goddess priestess was also looking for his weak points. For a magic expert like Nian Bing, it was no longer possible to destroy the opponent with pressure. However, under the soft 7-colored light, Nian Bing also didn't reveal any weak points. The two looked at each other like that, each of them condensing the innate qi they needed. Very quickly, the ice goddess priestess discovered that the innate qi surrounding Nian Bing's body was much more abundant than her own. Although the two's West Meridian point were both at the middle stage, Nian Bing relied on the powerful spiritual force brought about by his Tianyi point, making it easier for him to control the surrounding innate qi. However, he also discovered that his Tianyi point, which could weaken any attribute, lost its ability to weaken the ice goddess priestess's ice magic. The ice goddess priestess, who used the Huangji point as a foundation to gather the ice element, didn't give him such an opportunity. In the end, it was still the ice goddess priestess who moved first because she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although she couldn't say why, she felt that Nian Bing seemed to be deliberately confronting her like this. Moreover, the more innate qi Nian Bing gathered, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. Therefore, she chose to attack first. A large expanse of icy fog floated up, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield and also blocking the two's line of sight. In that instant, the ice goddess priestess's attack had already begun. Nian Bing's Tianyi point clearly felt a huge and sharp cold coming towards him. Without any hesitation, he moved his body to the side. At the same time, he opened his Tianyi point, pushing away the surrounding icy fog. His right hand grabbed the air in front of him. The fire god's right hand quietly appeared, meeting the attack of the ice goddess priestess. What would happen when ice and fire met? Perhaps anyone would be able to tell. The two types of energy were polar opposites, and whoever was stronger would have the absolute upper hand. The fire god's right hand that Nian Bing released was no longer just a simple fire god's right hand, because this huge right hand was purple. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the icy fog, and then an empty space appeared between Nian Bing and the ice goddess priestess. The fire god's right hand disappeared, and so did the ice goddess priestess attack. The battle had already begun, so there was no reason to stop. The ice goddess priestess's body shook slightly, and in that instant she turned into 9. 9 identical figures lined up in an arc in front of Nianbing. Ice shadow art, using the ice element in the air to condense into ice powder and refract, creating 8 fake figures. The power of the ice shadow art depended on the degree of realism of the illusions. The 8 illusions created by the ice goddess priestess were exactly the same as her original body. There was no flaw at all. Immediately after, 9 gigantic ice blades pierced through the air and headed straight for Nianbing. The dark blue ice blades were like purple flames, representing the extremity of ice. Nianbing didn't think that 8 out of the 9 ice blades were fake. The 7 divine blades that he hadn't seen in a long time appeared at the same time. Immediately after, the blade light merged in the air, and a rainbow light floated out. The 7 rays of light combined to form a solid barrier in front of Nianbing, forcefully blocking the ice blades that the ice goddess priestess was attacking from below. Boom! The first explosion sounded, and the 2 figures swayed at the same time, retreating 3 steps back. The ice goddess priestess had the defense of her Fangjia point, and Nianbing had the Tianyi point. In this collision below, neither of them had the upper hand. Chapter 208. The 7 super-divine weapons paused in midair. Then 7 shadow puppets appeared at the same time, turning into 7 streaks of light. They charged at the 9 figures of the priestess from different directions. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the snow goddess priestess, and the 9 figures merged into one. The golden light in her right hand suddenly shone brightly, and a dark blue spear appeared in her hand. The spear instantly grew to 20 feet long. Just as the 7 shadow puppets were closing in on her, the spear was immersed in gold by the light of the Huangji acupoint. Then her wrist shook slightly, and the spear silently shot out. The golden spear's ice aura was completely restrained, but Nianbing had a strange feeling in his heart. The space around the golden spear was twisting, and his 7 shadow puppets were facing it. No matter which direction they moved, they would be hit. What was going on? Nianbing was shocked. At the same time, he had a new understanding of the Huangji acupoint. He wanted to control his shadow puppets to disperse, but at this moment he realized that no matter how he controlled his shadow puppets, they seemed to be locked onto by the attractive golden spear. That domineering spear seemed to want to destroy all 7 shadow puppets at the same time, and its final destination was his heart. Nianbing naturally wouldn't resign himself to death. He expanded his psychic power, and the 7 shadow puppets stopped abruptly. The 7 divine weapons were raised high at the same time, and the 7-colored light condensed into one in the air. With ice as the body, fire as the blade, and the other 5 elements as the soul, it suddenly slashed forward. Nianbing smiled faintly and put his hands together in front of him. His eyes flashed. His psychic power was completely focused, and he controlled his 7 elements to absorb the innate energy in the air as much as possible. The speed of the golden spear didn't seem to be fast, but when the 7 shadow puppets were halfway through their slashes, the golden spear had already hit the middle of the 7-colored slash, which was the weakest point of all energy. The sound of glass shattering rang out in Nianbing's mind. The 7 shadow puppets fell in all directions at the same time, and the golden spear was reduced to half its original size, but it still flew towards Nianbing. Nianbing's face changed. He hadn't expected the power of the extreme Huangqi to be so overbearing, but he could guess that the extreme Huangqi of the ice goddess was not as simple as it seemed. At the very least, compared to the last time they met, his aura was clearly much stronger. Faced with the perfect combination of ice and overlord qi from the Huangji acupoint, Nianbing was shocked but did not panic. He subconsciously took a step back. He did not use any magic to defend himself, nor did he launch any attacks. Instead, he opened his arms and welcomed the attack with his chest. The ice goddess priestess was stunned, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. However, This imperial ice god spear was indeed launched with all her strength. With her spiritual power, there was no way she could withdraw it. She did not understand why Nian Bing did this. Did he not want to save his parents? Could it be that he wanted to commit suicide? No, this is impossible. No matter how she guessed, she could not understand Nian Bing's current actions. Nian Bing used facts to give the ice goddess priestess an answer. When the imperial ice god spear arrived in front of him and hit his chest, his body slightly moved, causing the imperial ice god spear to hit the Lizhong acupoint. In an instant, Nian Bing clearly felt an overlord qi that seemed to be able to tear everything to shreds. The feeling of the extreme huang qi was clearly imprinted in his mind. The ice goddess priestess saw a strange scene. The moment Nian Bing's imperial ice god spear hit him, it actually turned into specks of golden light and drifted away. Naturally, it did not shatter on its own. Instead, it was turned into fine powder by a mixture of black and white that was spurted out from Nian Bing's chest. The ice goddess priestess clearly felt that the huge flow of air was so terrifying. It was two completely opposite auras. Although it was just a flash, under the influence of the aura, her chest felt stuffy. An indescribable pain spread throughout her body. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Only then did she feel much better. Just like when Nian Bing faced the imperial ice god spear, her heart was also filled with shock. What kind of power was that space? Nian Bing's situation was not much better than the ice goddess priestess. His face turned pale, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Although Nian Bing's body was very strong, it was still impossible for him to withstand the attack of the imperial ice god spear. The reason why he was safe and sound was because of his Lizhong acupoint. Before leaving the continent of gods, Cao told him that although he couldn't use the Lizhong acupoint, which had reached the ultimate level in an instant because of the gathering of the death orb, there was not only the death orb, but also the life orb. These two types of energy were the purest and most powerful energy in the world. Although Nian Bing couldn't use them, his Lizhong acupoint had already become the most solid point. Cao and Tianxiang both said that even if they only attacked that point, they wouldn't be able to hurt Nian Bing. Therefore, when he saw that the ice goddess priestess's imperial ice god spear was a point attack, Nian Bing boldly chose to face it this way. It was also because of the two powerful auras of life and death that he was able to turn the situation from a disadvantageous position into a balanced one. The reason why Nian Bing was injured wasn't because his Lizhong acupoint was broken, but because the energy produced by the imperial ice god spear after its eruption had a certain shock effect on his body. This was something he didn't expect, so he was injured. The 7 shadow puppets returned to Nian Bing's side, but their corporeal energy bodies had become somewhat illusory. The might of the 7 divine blades couldn't be fully displayed. In front of the domineering imperial ice god spear, their own energy had been greatly damaged. With the help of the spiritual power emitted by Nian Bing's Tianyan acupoint, the 7 shadow puppets continuously absorbed the Xiantian qi in the air to replenish themselves. Nian Bing looked at the ice goddess priestess. As expected of the number 1 magician who had dominated the continent for many years, "You really hid yourself deeply." The ice goddess priestess said, "Aren't you the same? You have many more secrets than I do." Nian Bing touched his chest. Secrets are relative. "Lord priestess, let's continue." The 7 shadow puppets disappeared. They all had their own souls. Nian Bing didn't want to see them suffer fatal injuries. Not only did it represent his divine blades, but it also represented Emperor Kurobutsu and the 6 dwarven masters. The 7 divine blades floated around Nian Bing. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the ice god entered his hands, and his wrist slightly shook. The 2 divine blades had already drawn a huge triangle. The surging ice and fire harmoniously condensed in the middle, forming a magic array of the same origin of ice and fire. It had been a long time since he used what he was best at, However, facing the ice goddess priestess tyrannical Huangji acupoint, Nianbing didn't dare to hold back, so he used his full strength. Nianbing's ice magic was naturally not as powerful as that of the ice goddess priestess, but he still had fire magic. Two figures gradually appeared behind him. The figure of 3 feet tall had appeared once in the Feng people. It was a graceful figure wearing a blue dress and a roaring fire god wearing a fiery red armor. They appeared behind him, and Nianbing's 2 blades disappeared at the same time. The 6-pointed star that he had drawn earlier also emanated an ambiguous aura that spread to 100 feet around Fanghe. 2 different auras of ice and fire continuously revolved around his body. One was blue and the other was red. 2 light ribbons descended from the sky and landed on the 2 figures. Their illusory bodies constantly became clearer. The ice goddess priestess's expression changed. The ice goddess summon, the fire god summon, your West Meridian acupoint has reached the ultimate level. Nianbing shook his head. At this time, he still had the ability to speak. No, my West Meridian acupoint is the same as yours at the middle stage. However, there's one thing you probably didn't know. At this time, I don't need to hide it from you. I have the Tianyan acupoint, although my West Meridian acupoint has only reached the middle stage. But with the spiritual force in the Tianyan acupoint to control the energy, I can completely display the ultimate power of the West Meridian acupoint. Come, take my most powerful attack of the same origin of ice and fire. Although the power of the 7 forbidden and 7 deadly curses was powerful, the amount of magical power and spiritual force it required was also abnormally large. Relying on the connection of 7 different types of magic to form a chain-like triggering effect, it could display an attack more powerful than the combined power of the 7 types of magic. However, the 7 forbidden and 7 deadly curses also had its own problems, and that was the time it took to condense the energy was too long. Moreover, it couldn't make their energy reach the peak and could only maintain the power of an 11th level forbidden spell. However, Nianbing's summon of ice and fire gods was different. As a magician of the same origin of ice and fire were the 2 types of magic that he was most proficient in. As the shadows gradually became solid, the power of these 2 11th level forbidden spells had entered the 12th level god's descent spell. When Nianbing's summon of ice and fire could only release 4th level or 5th level spells, the combination of ice and fire could already increase the power of the attack by more than 2-fold. And when the 2 gods' descent spells of ice and fire were combined, the power could only be described as terrifying. Although Nianbing's body was already injured, he still chose to use this method of attack without any hesitation. It wasn't because he was crazy, but because he had absolute confidence. Although the Tianyan acupoint promoted the ability of a physical spiritual force attack, Nianbing could completely rely on the immense amount of spiritual force he consumed to control these 2 gods' descent spells. His own magical power was released to a large extent. In addition to the Tianyan acupoint and the West Meridian acupoint, the energy of the gods of ice and fire was continuously condensing. The ice goddess raised the spear in her hand, while the fire god raised the war blade in his hand. A powerful attack was launched from the corner. If the Emperor acupoint was the greatest advantage of the ice goddess priest, then the summon of ice and fire was Nianbing's strongest ability. Looking at the ice goddess in front of him that was becoming clearer and clearer, the ice goddess priest couldn't help but feel amused. As a priest of the ice goddess, he had to face the attack of his own faith. However, from the moment Nianbing started to condense her magical power, she had already started to act. She raised her head and looked at the blue sky. All the icy mist had dissipated, and layers of dark blue ice crystals had condensed on the surface of her body. She slowly pointed her right hand at the sky, and golden light covered her body. Under the cover of the ice crystals, her physical body was quickly pushed forward, and she became a body wrapped in dark blue ice. As the ice continued to increase, her body also gradually expanded, and the right hand she raised continued to emit layers of golden light, dyeing the dark blue ice crystals golden. Nian Bing's expression changed slightly. He could see that the ice goddess priest was also using the ice goddess summon, but her summon was much stronger than his own. Under the ice goddess priest summon, what appeared in front of him was an ice goddess wearing blue armor. No ice goddess wearing golden armor. In addition to the cold aura of her golden body, there was also a holy and majestic aura. A huge aura constantly spread to the surroundings, and when her body expanded to 3 zhang, Nian Bing's condensed magical power reached its peak. Without any hesitation, Nian Bing's eyebrows completely turned golden. Under the circumstances where he didn't have the confidence to defeat the ice goddess priest, he used all his strength to open his strange dual acupoints. Something unexpected happened. When the golden ice goddess, condensed by the ice goddess priest, produced a powerful pressure from the golden light between Nian Bing's eyebrows, her originally majestic body actually swayed a little, and the golden light on her body also weakened a little. Nian Bing's eyes lit up, and he knew his chance had come. Behind him, the 2 huge figures that had already become solid floated out with red and blue afterimages, rushing out at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The fire god's war blade and the ice goddess spear made contact in the air, and the red and blue light instantly spread to every corner of the surroundings. 2 huge blade shadows appeared behind them, precisely the sigh of the ice goddess, the morning dew blade, and the roar of the fire god, the righteous young blade. Nian Bing's most powerful ice and fire magic, the god's descent spell, which was formed by the fusion of ice and fire, erupted. The sky changed, and the blue sky suddenly pushed its luster. Everything in the surroundings seemed to disappear in an instant, and Nian Bing and the ice goddess priest both arrived in another domain. Everything in the surroundings turned into a hell of ice and fire. The dual god summon of ice and fire actually erupted with a power that surpassed even that of the 7 forbidden 7 seals curse. The golden ice goddess immediately reacted after being slightly dazed. Her body and her spear fused into one, and a huge golden light formed a sharp cone that rushed straight towards that hell of ice and fire. The power of the Huangji acupoint was raised to the limit, and the ice goddess priest revealed her true strength. The 4 major acupoints released all their energy at the same time. After the Lizhong acupoint condensed, the energy that had been cultivated for many years completely erupted in an instant. The Xiantian qi absorbed by the West Meridian acupoint and the defensive energy released by the Fangjiao acupoint completely fused into the golden ice goddess. When both sides knew that techniques could no longer determine victory, they both chose the most primitive method of attack. Energy collided. Through the Tian Yen acupoint, Nian Bing could see every change in the energy of the 2 sides from the moment of attack to the moment of contact. Gold, red, and blue light instantly merged together, and the sky changed color and the earth trembled. That was the power of the end. Destruction, they brought destruction. Nian Bing didn't expect that their strongest attack would bring about such a terrifying effect. The 3 types of light caused the surroundings to lose all light. Whether it was Nian Bing or the snow goddess priestess, they all felt that their 6 senses had completely disappeared in an instant. Even Nian Bing's Tian Yen acupoint could only maintain a portion of his clarity. There was no huge explosion as they had imagined. It was as if everything around them had disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Nian Bing's 6 senses gradually returned to him. Of course, he remembered that he had promised Lan Qin that he wouldn't kill his master. But at that moment, he already had no other choice. He couldn't attack with all his strength. That was death. The ice goddess priest, who had hidden most of her strength, had already surpassed the ordinary god-ranked experts of the godly continent. Everything gradually returned to normal. What Nian Bing saw was a scene that he would never forget. The ice god tower had disappeared, and all he could see was the soil and rocks in the distance. The ground was as smooth as a mirror. as if it had formed a layer of crystal, flickering with a faint blue and a faint red. Looking up at the sky, he felt as if he had entered a basin, surrounded by towering mountains. But why were these mountains flat? The mountain walls, which were hundreds of meters high, were also unusually smooth. Even the structure was similar to the ground. The air was filled with scorching fire elemental energy and violent ice elemental energy. The two elements caused the entire basin to be covered in a layer of faint red and blue mist. Nian Bing slowly stood up from the ground. He found that his clothes weren't damaged, and there wasn't even a trace of dust. His surroundings were abnormally quiet. How did I come here? This was the question Nian Bing wanted to ask the most. But in this wide ground, which was tens of square kilometers wide, no one could answer this question of his. Nian Bing found that this valley was long and narrow, extending horizontally to both sides. At a glance, there seemed to be no end in sight. Coughing, Nian Bing felt a burst of tightness in his chest. Fortunately, the life energy contained in the life orb nourished his body, making him feel a little better. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch his face. He felt blood on his hand. When he condensed an ice mirror to reflect on himself, he couldn't help but be shocked. Was the person bleeding from all 7 orifices him? I didn't die. Then what was the result of the battle? Just as he kept looking around, thinking about where he was, 200 meters away, a graceful figure staggered to stand up. Her movements were somewhat sluggish. Her long blue hair was disheveled. It was the ice goddess priestess. The ice goddess priestess didn't bleed from all 7 orifices like Nian Bing, but her pretty face had become as white as a sheet of paper. Just as she stood up, the first thing she said was, "I didn't die? Why am I not dead?" Nian Bing looked at this woman, who he had always regarded as his strongest opponent in amusement. "Do you really want to die? Then why don't you kill yourself?" Only then did the ice goddess priestess see Nian Bing. "Do you think that dying is an easy thing? When you have too many responsibilities, it's not that easy to die. Where are we?" Nian Bing shook his head and said, "This is also what I wanted to ask you." The ice goddess priestess consciousness gradually sobered up, feeling the violent magic elements in the air. She looked at this huge basin that was nearly 1,000 meters wide with no end in sight. She couldn't help but ask blankly, "How do I know where this is?" Her body swayed, and with a cry, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Nian Bing was just about to laugh at his opponent when he felt a pain in his meridians. He couldn't help but spit out blood as well. Both of them swayed at the same time and fell to the ground at the same time. They both knew that the battle wasn't over yet. No matter where they were, today there must be a victor between them. Looking at each other, they each relied on their own abilities to madly absorb the violent magic elements in the air. Nian Bing discovered through his inner vision that more than 70% of the magic power in his body had been consumed. Although that most powerful ice and fire magic had absorbed a large amount of natural energy, it had also consumed a large part of his energy. But he was glad that the 2 divine blades of ice and fire had already returned to his body and hadn't been lost. Only the light seemed to have dimmed a lot. Obviously, the energy consumption was too great. They also didn't know how great the destructive power of their attack was. They didn't even know what level of attack power they had after releasing the energy explosion. After the time it took to eat a meal, the ice goddess was the first to stand up from the ground. Nian Bing saw the golden light flickering on her right hand. Nian Bing also stood up, not showing any weakness as she released a faint 7-colored halo. "I have a proposal. Why don't we go up first and see where this is before we fight?" Nian Bing said. The ice goddess priestess snorted disdainfully. "Can you still fly?" Nian Bing snorted coldly. "Don't underestimate your opponent." Touching the ground with both feet, she jumped high. Gray light spots condensed under her body. A loud dragon's roar echoed in the valley. The little dragon king finally appeared. It wasn't that Nian Bing didn't want him to help himself. In the previous battle, the little Dragon King had asked for help several times, but Nian Bing had refused. Oscar was the only child of the Light Dragon King and the Dark Dragon King. At the same time, he was also Nian Bing's friend. He didn't want his friend to be hurt because of his own matters. The strength of the Ice Goddess Priestess was far beyond his expectations. Therefore, he would rather face it himself than let Oscar get involved and suffer any harm. The priestess of the Snow Goddess stared at the 70-foot-long gray dragon in astonishment. Her expression changed slightly, but it returned to normal in an instant. A faint trace of sadness flashed through her beautiful eyes. A blizzard appeared beneath her feet, and she chased after Nian Bing. She floated up into the air and flew towards the valley that was thousands of feet high. Nian Bing and the Ice Goddess Priestess maintained a certain distance. When they reached the top, they were stunned, because they finally found where they were. In front of the Ice God Tower, the place where Nian Bing and the Ice Goddess Priestess fought before was a wide plain. Only a few cold-resistant plants could grow there. The flat plain was very suitable for carriages to move forward, and right in the middle of the plain, it had changed beyond recognition. A deep ditch spanned across the plain. This was the valley they were in before. Nian Bing stared blankly at the hundreds of anxious ice mages beside the ditch, then looked at the still towering Ice God Tower not far away. He knew that all of this was real. His gaze fell on the Ice Goddess Priestess. All of this was done by us. The Ice Goddess Priestess's shock was no less than Nian Bing's. Such a huge destructive power extended all the way to the huge ditch in the distance. It gave her a deep shock. She had some lingering fear. If the explosion of the two hadn't been horizontal, but vertical or circular, the Ice God Tower might not have existed. The hundreds of ice mages looked at Nian Bing and the Ice Goddess Priestess flying in the air, their eyes revealing intense reverence. After causing such a scene, could they still be called humans? Was this the work of humans? The Ice Goddess Priestess sternly shouted, "Did you forget my words? Without my orders, who let you leave? Go back." Lord Priestess. All the ice mages knelt down. Bing Qing, who was kneeling at the front, said with tears streaming down her face, "Let us face the danger of the Ice God Tower together." The Ice Goddess Priestess's face became abnormally cold. I repeat, go back. Otherwise, from today onwards, the Ice God Tower will no longer exist. The ice mages didn't expect the Ice Goddess Priestess to say this. They silently got up and went back. Nian Bing's silence watched the Ice Goddess Priestess do this. She couldn't help but admire her. "Lord Priestess, do you think you still have a chance?" As she spoke, a milky white brilliance rose around Nian Bing's body. It symbolized the milky white brilliance of the Fongjia acupoint. Although he looked more miserable on the surface, in reality, his injuries were lighter than the Ice Goddess Priestess. During Feng people's cultivation, he opened the Fongjia acupoint. Because of the Heaven's Eye and the ultimate Emperor realm, he reached the middle stage as soon as he opened it. As an expert who opened 5 acupoints, although he couldn't really use 3 of them, his overall strength was about the same as the Ice Goddess Priestess. The Ice Goddess Priestess turned to Nian Bing. Through the previous battle, she naturally felt that the difference in strength between her and Nian Bing was very small. Moreover, Nian Bing's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on her. If it was just them fighting each other, she firmly believed that with the ultimate Emperor point, she still had a chance. However, looking at the dragon under Nian Bing's feet and the gray scales gradually appearing on Nian Bing's body, she knew that she had already walked on the path of no return. However, her eyes didn't change in the slightest. She calmly said, "The battle between us will not end until one of us dies. Killing me will be your true victory." Nian Bing took a deep breath. Could it be that she would only let go when one side died? "Chin told me that you didn't kill my parents. As long as you let them go, there will be no need for us to continue fighting. I don't want to continue 10 years of grudges. It's not too late to let go now. The ice goddess priestess smiled. This was the first time Bing had seen her smile, but it was a bit crazy and mournful. Let go? If I could have let go 20 years ago, then I wouldn't be where I am now. Bing said, Do you really want us to explode our own acupoints to end this battle? The ice goddess priestess coldly said, Explode our own acupoints? That's something only a coward would do. As the master of the ice god tower, I will never make that choice. How many years has it been? You are the first person to see my true strength. As she spoke, her body began to change. Layers of red light began to appear on her blue body. If she wasn't sitting on Oscar, Bing might have fallen down on the spot. Her eyes revealed an exceptionally shocked expression. No, this is impossible. How can you be a magician of the same origin as ice and fire? Bing couldn't be more familiar with the red light on the ice goddess priestess body. It symbolized the two magic elements of ice and fire. Bing wasn't surprised by her sudden increase in strength. Even if she was a dual-element magician, she wouldn't be able to defeat the current her. But how could she be a dual-element magician? Senior sister, stop. An excited voice came from afar. That heavenly voice not only made Ling Bing's body stiffen, but at the same time, the ice goddess priestess also became sluggish. Chapter 209. In the distance, for figures were approaching them like lightning. The priestess was trembling all over. She never thought that she would face such a situation. Unlike the priestess, when Bing heard the sound of nature, his body trembled violently. In the next moment, he separated himself from Oscar's body and condensed the last of his energy. Propelled by the wind, he used the fastest speed possible to meet the four figures. 10 years. Although it had been 10 years, that sound was still so familiar, so intimate. Every drop of blood in Bing's body was boiling. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. When he was a few meters away from the four figures, Bing fell to his knees. Because he was rushing forward too quickly, his body rolled forward 3 meters before stopping. His clothes, which hadn't been damaged in the previous battle with the priestess, were now slightly scratched at his knees. However, Bing didn't have time to think about anything else. His eyes were completely focused on the four people in front of him. The four of them were practically walking side by side. On the far left was Frozen Cloud, who was wearing a blue magic robe. Ever since her royal feather had awakened, she no longer needed to use magic to fly. That pair of huge blue wings allowed her to freely soar in the air. On the far right was the dwarf warrior Halogen wearing a black armor. A faint black aura surrounded his body. Although his aura was restrained, one could still feel the tyrannical aura within. The two people in the middle were wearing ordinary cloth clothes, but even that couldn't hide their elegance. The person on the left was tall and had long golden hair draped over his broad shoulders. His handsome face was as resolute as a chiseled axe. There was actually a ball of flame burning under his feet, urging his body forward. Bing's face was 70% similar to his, but this person looked more mature. The vicissitudes of time had left some traces on his face. Although he lacked some of Bing's heroic spirit, he was more mature. Beside him was a woman. Her long blue hair reached her waist. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. Her blue eyes were filled with excitement. Tears continuously flowed down her face due to her excitement. Her body trembled slightly. Dad, Mom. These two simple words, along with Bing's choked voice, broke the silence in the air as if everything had stopped. Lanchan and Halogen stood to the side and watched as the middle-aged man and woman approached Bing. They were Bing's parents, Rongtian and Bingling. It had been 10 years, a family of 3. They finally met again in front of the Ice God Tower. Everything seemed to have changed, but their kinship had never weakened in the slightest. Before the battle between Bing and the Ice Goddess Priestess, She was afraid that the ice goddess priestess would go back on their word after the battle, so she had Lan Chen and Halogen sneak into the ice god tower from another direction. Although the ice god tower was very tight, Lan Chen was very familiar with Tanitha's various arrangements. With the help of the dark demon rat, they entered the ice god tower through the underground. Under Lan Chen's lead, they found the place where Rong Tian and Bingling were sealed. With Halogen and Lan Chen's strength, they forcibly broke the seal from the outside and rescued Nianbing's parents. They arrived just as Nianbing and the ice goddess priestess were about to fight to the death. Every step the Bingling took forward was very difficult. Looking at Nianbing, whose face was full of tears, her heart violently trembled. Nianbing knelt on the ground and used her knees to take a few steps forward. She looked at her mother from inches away. "Mom, I'm Nianbing. I'm Nianbing." The Bingling could no longer hold back the excitement in her heart. She cried out sorrowfully, "Child." She took him into her arms. The mother and son burst into tears. The emotions that had been accumulated in their hearts for many years suddenly exploded. Their hearts were trembling. A strong sense of familial love engulfed every tiny part of their bodies. Nianbing finally saw her parents again. Her wish of many years was fulfilled. The sadness in her heart and the emotions that had been suppressed for many years instantly exploded. Rong Tian walked forward. His lips were trembling. He couldn't control his tears. Those were tears of joy. He opened his broad and strong arms and hugged his beloved wife and son. Reunited. The family of three was finally reunited. At this moment, the ice goddess priestess had already landed at the edge of the ravine. Looking at the reunion of the Bingling family, her eyes constantly flashed with a complicated light. She stood there without moving. The flickering light on her body gradually dimmed. Halogen had been staring at the ice goddess priestess. The god-slaying axe in his hand flashed with black lightning. As long as the ice goddess priestess made a move against Nianbing's family, he would not hesitate to launch his strongest attack. The ice goddess priestess' gaze fell on Lan Chen. Looking at the blue wings behind her back, she revealed a faint trace of surprise. After a short moment of surprise, her gaze became much gentler. "You released them?" Lan Chen retracted her wings and knelt on the ground with a plop. She lowered her head and said, "Master, it was me. Nianbing and the others have suffered enough. Master, I'm sorry. I went against your wishes. However, I don't regret it." The ice goddess priestess didn't blame Lan Chen. She sighed softly and said, "You've grown up. Perhaps this was the best ending for him. Get up. I'm not your master." Lan Chen's whole body shook. She cried out involuntarily, "Master," the ice goddess priestess said indifferently. "I'm not saying it out of anger. Jie wasn't your master in the first place. Perhaps this was the best ending for him. Now, they also have the ability to protect themselves. They also have such an outstanding son. No matter what happens in the future, I think their family will be able to face it well. It's over. Everything should be over." At this moment, seeing the sudden appearance of Lan Chen's group of four, the disciples of the ice god tower quietly surrounded them from behind in a semicircle. As long as the ice goddess priestess gave the order, they would immediately take action without hesitation. "Child, you've grown up." Bingling helped the kneeling Nianbing up. Looking at his figure that was taller than Rong Tian and his blood-stained face, Bingling's eyes were full of affection. His son had already grown up. He has become as handsome as his father, and also possesses such powerful strength. That's enough, that's enough. What else could be more satisfying than that? Nianbing wiped the tears from his face. Looking at his mother, who did not seem to have changed much because of time, his heart was still trembling. Mum, how many years has it been? How much he wanted to call his mother. Now that his mother was standing in front of him, he felt as if everything was a dream. His mood at this time could no longer be described with the word excited. Yes, our child has grown up. He is already a real man. Rome Tian wiped the tears from his face, looking at his son with a proud expression. Although the previous battle was not over, but the huge gully in front of them had already proved everything. 10 years later, his son came here with the strength of an official to save him and his wife. He has grown up, the trials of the world made him a strong person of the continent. What could make him prouder than having a son like this? Bing Qing, come here. The ice goddess priestess suddenly raised her voice, awakening the family of 3. They could not help but simultaneously look towards the supreme master of the ice god tower. Bing Qing walked out from the crowd of disciples of the ice god tower. Under the influence of the snowstorm, she knelt down in front of the ice goddess priestess at the fastest speed. The ice goddess priestess said indifferently, "I didn't expect the final result to be like this. Everything is different from what I imagined. Bing Qing, give that scroll to me. It seems that I will have to announce the contents of the scroll myself." At this time, the area in front of the ice god tower became silent. When Bing Qing handed over the scroll, the ice goddess priestess's hand flashed with a golden light, and the scroll turned into powder and scattered in all directions. He calmly looked at the Bing Ling family with a trace of sadness on his face. "Why did you stop me? Don't tell me that I don't even have the right to choose my own fate. I have already let others live for most of my life. Even my final choice. Why do you still want to destroy it?" The Bingling looked at the ice goddess priestess. Originally, he was excited to see Nian Bing, but gradually calmed down. He sighed and said bitterly, "Senior sister, why did you do this? A person's life is not only painful. For your own sake, you should live well. Live for yourself, and take care of your body for your own sake." Standing beside the Bingling, Nian Bing could not help but stare blankly. Why did her mother call the ice goddess priestess senior sister? Her mother seemed to have called her as soon as she appeared to serve her. At that time, she thought she had misheard, but now her mother used her actions to prove that she did not mishear. However, wasn't the ice goddess priestess her master? Why was the seniority suddenly messed up? The ice goddess priestess's eyes were deep. Live for myself? Can I still live for myself? You make it sound so easy. Could it be that I can do it all over again? In my early years, I lived for my father's hatred. Later on, I lived for my master. The current me no longer has the strength to continue the mission my master left behind. Perhaps I really do have the right to choose my own end. However, can I still do it? The Bingling said somewhat emotionally, "Yes, of course you can. Senior sister, as long as you are willing to work hard, I believe that you will find yourself and also find everything you deserve. Everything is not over. Far from it. For your life, you should search for it. Senior sister, there are too many things in your heart. It's time to change. Forget everything in the past and start over again. I want to see you smile from the bottom of your heart like when we were young. I want to see the good sister of the past. Don't torture yourself anymore. You have already suffered enough. Promise me, okay? You don't need to think about anything anymore. Everything has already become history. Our eyes must look forward, always look forward." The ice goddess priestess took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling. At this moment, she seemed to have been liberated and let out a long sigh. "Yes, perhaps I really should look forward. Only by abandoning all attachments can I do what I want to do." Bing Qing and all the disciples of the Ice God Tower listened to my command. Lan Chun was still kneeling, and the Bingling also knelt down. They had never regarded themselves as disciples of the Ice God Tower. All the other disciples also knelt down. The only ones who remained standing were Nian Bing and her father, the Ice Goddess Priestess and Halogen. The voice of the Ice Goddess Priestess became very calm. "From today onwards, I will leave the Ice God Tower. From today onwards, I have nothing to do with the Ice God Tower." As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. All the eyes of the disciples of the ice god tower were focused on the ice goddess priestess. Their eyes were full of astonishment. Only the Bingling's mouth revealed a faint smile. Nian Bing looked at the ice goddess priestess in astonishment. He didn't understand what was going on. The ice goddess priestess's eyes radiated power. Her many years of accumulated power made all the disciples bow their heads. No one dared to say anything doubtful. The ice goddess priestess said indifferently, "After I leave, the position of ice goddess priestess of the ice god tower will be inherited by the Bingling. From today onwards, all of you must obey her orders. As the tower master, she has the right to change the rules of the tower. You don't have to doubt her strength. I'm not the only god descending master in the ice god tower. The Bingling's strength is not below mine. The ice god tower will always be the ice god tower of the past. I'm leaving. Perhaps all of this really has become an illusion. Chin Chin, remember, if we meet again in the future, you have to call me senior sister." After saying all this, the ice goddess priestess seemed a lot more relaxed. Although there was still no smile on her face, her gaze had become very peaceful. Looking at the distant horizon, she seemed to be thinking about something. The disciples of the ice god tower were still kneeling. The sudden change was really hard for them to accept. The older generation of disciples of the ice god tower naturally knew of the Bingling's existence. They never thought that the ice goddess priestess would suddenly pass the position of tower master to her. Everyone had doubts in their hearts, but they really didn't dare to go against the ice goddess priestess' wishes. Do you all understand what I'm saying? A distant voice came from the mouth of the priestess of the snow goddess. Bing Qing was the first to respond. "Yes, Lord Priestess. But no matter what you decide, you will always be our Lord Priestess." Saying this, she respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the ice goddess priestess. Among everyone present, apart from the Bingling, she was the only one who knew how much the ice goddess priestess had sacrificed for the sake of the ice god tower. At this time, she absolutely wouldn't stop the ice goddess priestess from leaving, because she knew that only by truly leaving this place would the ice goddess priestess be able to live a happy life. All the disciples of the ice god tower did the same thing as Bing Qing. The ice goddess priestess' gaze fell on the Bingling. The Bingling stood up and stepped in front of her, smiling. "Senior sister, you finally thought it through. Go, do as you wish. I think we sisters will definitely meet again, but at that time, I hope to see a completely different you. You can rest assured about the ice god tower. I'll do my best. It's also time for me to take over this responsibility." The ice goddess priestess revealed a faint smile. Holding the Bingling's hand, she said, "On behalf of Master, I forgive you." The Bingling trembled. "Senior sister," the ice goddess priestess smiled. "Did you know? In fact, until the day Master died, she never truly blamed you. She really loved you too much. In her heart, you've always been more important than me. Although I got everything that should have belonged to you, we weren't happy. Now it's really time to change everything. After I leave, you can change everything about the Ice God Tower. Don't worry, Master knows and will support you in the underworld. The tragedy that happened to us shouldn't happen to the disciples. I think you understand what I mean." The Bingling nodded. "Senior sister, when have you decided to leave?" The Ice Goddess Priestess said, "There's no need to deliberately choose a date. I'll leave now. I'm no longer a member of the Ice God Tower. You're the new Ice Goddess Priestess. I think our Ice God Tower is in your hands. It'll definitely flourish even more, won't it?" Letting go of her hand, a faint wind and snow condensed under the Ice Goddess Priestess' feet. Her charming body slowly rose from the ground. Wrapped in a faint blue light, she rose into the sky. She was leaving this place where she had spent almost her entire life. "Wait a moment," Nian Bing anxiously shouted. As he spoke, he had already arrived beside his mother. The Ice Goddess Priestess looked at him calmly. "Let's consider today's battle as my loss. If we continue to fight, The final victor will only be you. It's just that the casualties will be different. Your parents are already by your side. What else do you want? Nian Bing took a deep breath. She said, Lord Priestess, I'll just call you that. Although I don't know what the relationship between you and my mother is like. However, the most important thing for me to come to the Ice God Tower this time is to save my parents. At the same time, I also want to ask you something. I hope you can answer me, okay? The Ice Goddess Priestess was slightly stunned. She said, What do you want to ask? Then ask. Nian Bing said, I heard that your tower has a disciple called Bing Jia. Is that true? May I ask where she is now? He had asked Lan Chen about Bing Jia, but Lan Chen had blankly told him that there was no such person in the Ice God Tower. The Ice Goddess Priestess and Nian Bing's mother, Bing Ling, were stunned at the same time. After looking at each other, the Ice Goddess Priestess looked up at the sky and sighed. In the past, there was indeed a person called Bing Jia in the Ice God Tower. However, Bing Jia is already dead now. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer. Her body suddenly accelerated, flying into the distance. Nian Bing looked somewhat sluggishly at that blue figure, gradually turning into a blue dot of light. She couldn't help but feel somewhat sad. Dead. So there really was such a person. She had actually died. Perhaps this was the best ending for her. Master, I wish you all the best. I hope you can meet again underground. The name Bing Jia that Nian Bing said was told to him by the cook god Zixiu. That year, he competed with the cook god in cooking to obtain information about his master's enemy. In the end, the cook god told him this name after losing the competition. He also told him that this Bing Jia was a disciple of the Ice God Tower. At that time, Nian Bing was very puzzled because her master lost to fire magic. But why was this person a disciple of the Ice God Tower? She was the love of her master's life, but at the same time, she had harmed half of her master's life. He came to the Ice God Tower mainly to save his parents. At the same time, he longed to see this person. It wasn't for revenge, because he was very clear that his master didn't want him to avenge her. After living with Cha Ji for 8 years, Nian Bing understood that although Cha Ji hated that woman, he loved her more. He had never forgotten that woman called Bing Jia. Child, how do you know about the existence of this person called Bing Jia? The ice spirit asked curiously. Nian Bing said, I heard it from a senior. Mother, is this Bing Jia really dead? The ice spirit sighed and said, The previous Bing Jia is indeed dead. I know that you must have a lot of questions in your heart right now. Let's go back to the Ice God Tower first. Senior Sister Bing Qing, please lead the disciples back to their posts. Bing Qing respectfully replied, Yes, Lord Priestess. As she spoke, she stood up and gave several orders in succession. The somewhat absent-minded disciples of the Ice God Tower returned to the Ice God Tower one by one. The ice spirit held Nian Bing's hand on one hand and her husband on the other. Together with Lan Chen and Pu Luin, they also entered the Ice God Tower. Once they entered the Ice God Tower, Nian Bing discovered that this was indeed a mystical place. All the decorations in the tower were made of crystal-like ice. Under the refraction of the light outside the window, it brought out a grotesque and variegated beauty, as if they were in a crystal palace. Child, this Ice God Tower was made by my master in the past by relying on her powerful magic power to bring back the 1,000-year-old ice from the extreme north. A lot of manpower and material resources were spent. For ice mages, cultivating in the tower would yield twice the results with half the effort. You see, every piece of ice has traces left behind by my master. Nian Bing glanced at Lan Chen beside her. The doubts in his heart were getting stronger and stronger. Wasn't Mother's master the Ice Goddess Priestess? But why did she call the Ice Goddess Priestess senior sister? What was going on with all this? Everyone arrived at the top of the Ice God Tower in the room reserved for the Ice Goddess Priestess. Everything in the room was very clean and tidy. In the center, There was a huge circular ice bed with a diameter of 1 jong. Faint ice fog was emitted from the blue ice bed, bringing a chill to the room. The ice spirit smiled and said, "This bed is the thing that Master's most proud of. Although it is not a divine artifact, it is still very powerful. Although it is not a divine item, it is carved from a whole piece of ice jade. It is very rare and is the essence of ice. Bingyun, I believe you've also cultivated on this bed before, right?" Lanchin nodded and said, "Yes, this is something unique to our Ice God Tower. Only the Tower Master and the Tower Master's direct disciples can cultivate on it. If not for this ice jade bed, my magic wouldn't have advanced so quickly." The ice spirit let go of her husband and son's hands and walked to the ice jade bed. She stretched out her hand and touched the bed, feeling the extremely cold air. Her eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. "Yes, on this bed, we have all obtained many, many things. Bingyan, there are some things that even you don't know. The ones who truly understand the inside story are only a few people in our generation. Now, this secret also needs to be revealed. Perhaps I won't be sitting on the Tower Master's seat for too long. In the future, you will be my successor. Oh, right. This time, I still haven't thanked you for helping Nianbing save me. I really didn't expect that the youngest disciple of our generation would be so flexible. Thank you, junior sister." Lan Chen's face reddened, and she lowered her head and said, "Senior sister, I don't think I can stay in the Ice God Tower. Moreover, I can't be the Ice Goddess Priestess in the future." The Ice Spirit looked at her with some surprise. She said, "Bingyan, why? I often hear from Senior Sister that you are more outstanding than us in the past. In the future, it is most suitable for you to inherit the Ice God Tower. Why don't you want to be the Tower Master?" Lan Chen stole a glance at Nianbing. Nianbing was also looking at her. Hearing her mother's question, she hurriedly said, "Mom, I'm afraid that Bingyan can't be your junior sister in the future. She should also call you Mom. She is already my wife." It turned out that when Lan Chen and Sheng Luan saved the Ice Spirit and Rongting couple, they were in a hurry. She and Sheng Luan were also worried about Nian Bing's battle situation, so they didn't have time to explain. The Ice Spirit naturally knew her. When she heard her say that her son was here, she hurriedly followed and didn't have time to think too much. At this time, hearing Nian Bing's somewhat awkward words, the Ice Spirit and Rongtian couldn't help but look at each other. Lan Chen felt a little uneasy. She was afraid that the Ice Spirit and Rongtian wouldn't like her as their daughter-in-law. She lowered her head and fiddled with her clothes, not knowing what to do for a moment. Fortunately, Nian Bing held her small hand at the right time, giving her some confidence. Rongtian smiled. "Good boy, you are indeed my son. I didn't expect you to learn from me. You are also like your father, receiving the love of an ice beauty. Good, this is really good. I often heard from your mother that Bingyan is the most beautiful among her generation of Ice God Tower disciples. She also has the best aptitude. Boy, you have good taste." When Nian Bing saw her father smile, she finally felt relieved. "Yes, isn't it all because of your teaching?" The Ice Spirit said unhappily, "What is it? You, how old are you? You already seduced our Yin'er." Nian Bing said with some grievance, "Mother, I am already 21 years old. It is not too much for me to have a wife at this age." The Ice Spirit was stunned. In her heart, she had always treated her son as a child. Yes, 10 years had passed. Her son had already grown up. It was time for him to start a family. Time passed so quickly. It had been more than 10 years. She had never fulfilled her duty as a mother. Although she didn't want to do all this, looking at Nian Bing's handsome face, the Ice Spirit's eyes turned red again. She reached out and hugged her son's tall body. She choked with sobs and said, "Child, it has been hard for you all these years." Nian Bing's eyes also turned red. Thinking of the days without his parents, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Seeing his parents again, his heart became unusually full. Just when the sadness in his heart was about to rise, he heard Rongtian say, all right. Today is a good day for our whole family. Don't cry. We need to talk more about happy things. Ling, don't you want to hear how our son has been through all these years? The ice spirit and Nian Bing were interrupted by Rongtian. The sadness in their hearts instantly lessened. Nian Bing said in a low voice, Mother, it shouldn't be a problem for Bingyan to be your daughter-in-law, right? Her real name is Lan Chin. You can call her Chin Chin. Actually, before coming here, she had already left the Ice God Tower. Just like you and Father, you must agree to our marriage. The ice spirit held Lan Chen's hand and Nian Bing's hand. She sighed and said, Of course, it is your fortune to be able to marry Chen Chin. She is so outstanding. How can I refuse? Chin Chin, you don't have to worry. Even if you become the master of the Ice God Tower, you can still get married. The rules of the Ice God Tower must be changed. Otherwise, who knows how many tragedies will happen in the future. I don't want what happened to me and Rongtian to happen again. Lan Chen's face was already red. She wasn't as thick-skinned as Nian Bing, but when she heard the ice spirit's approval, she couldn't help but raise her head. Her eyes were glistening with tears. After all, she could only be considered Nian Bing's wife after getting the approval of Nian Bing's parents. When she thought of this, she almost subconsciously said softly, Thank you, Mother. Hearing this, the ice spirit's heart was filled with warmth. Good child, quickly tell Mother, when did you get married? Nian Bing said, Mother, we haven't officially gotten married yet. However, Chin Chan will definitely be my wife. Actually, those marriage ceremonies are useless. As long as we acknowledge it, you will also acknowledge it. Isn't that enough? The ice spirit said unhappily, You're dreaming. You want to trick her into marrying you so easily. I know Chin Chin's family background. Her parents are also people of status. How can we wrong her? When things here are settled, your father and I will find time to personally go to the Ottoman Empire to propose marriage. It must be a grand occasion. She only has one daughter, and we only have one son. Although she had been with her beloved husband all these years, the years of loneliness made Ice Spirit's heart yearn for excitement. Moreover, it was her son's wedding. Nian Bing muttered in a low voice, It'll be tiring for you to personally propose marriage. You have to do it 3 times in total. The ice spirit's hearing was very good. What did you say? What 3 times? Nian Bing stuck out his tongue. However, he didn't dare to hide it in front of his parents. He hurriedly told them about his relationship with the 3 women. When the ice spirit and Rongtian heard that Nian Bing already had 3 wives and that they were all so outstanding, they couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, they finally came back to their senses. Rongtian praised, Good, you're really my good son. You're really capable. You married 3 at once. It seems that our family has a successor. Chapter 210. Bing Ling rolled her eyes at him and said, What? Are you envious of the word? Do you want to try marrying 3 of them? Rong Tian's expression changed, and he said righteously, I, Rong Tian, only have eyes for Bing Ling in my entire life. No matter how beautiful the girl is, she can't be compared to my wife. The serious expression on his face was obviously fake, but Bing Ling seemed to like it. The dissatisfaction on her face disappeared, and she smiled gently at him. Rong Tian also smiled back. Everything was understood without words. Seeing her parents' love, Nian Bing's heart warmed even more. Mom, this marriage isn't urgent. First, tell me what's going on with the Ice God Priestess. Why does she look so strange? Isn't she your teacher? How did she become your senior sister? Did I hear wrongly? But I think I heard you call her senior sister a few times. Bing Ling sighed and said, You didn't hear wrongly. She is my senior sister. Didn't you ask if there's a Bing Jie in the Ice God Tower? There is indeed a Bing Jie in the tower. Bing Jie is my senior sister. She told you that she had already died. She was referring to the previous Bing Jie's death, and the current Bing Jie has already obtained a new life. Nian Bing's body shook, and she was stunned. She opened her mouth wide and couldn't say anything. It can't be. The ice god priestess is my teacher, ghost chef Cha Ji's lover. This is too ridiculous. But when he thought of the final moment of his battle with the ice god priestess, when the ice god priestess suddenly turned into a mage of the same origin of ice and fire, he believed it a little. Bing Ling continued, "That's right. She is my senior sister. Actually, the ice god priestess in your impression is already dead. She is my teacher. More than 10 years ago, when my teacher captured me and brought me back to the ice god tower, because her mood was affected, she cultivated too quickly, causing her to go mad. At that time, I regretted it. I really regretted it a little. It was all because of me that Master became like that. In the ice god tower, my teacher had 2 direct disciples. One was me, and the other was my senior sister Bing Jie. That is the ice goddess priestess you saw. After Master suffered from chi deviation, she forcefully suppressed her injuries and didn't blame me anymore. She was even willing to pass the position of Tower Master of the Ice God Tower to me. It was decided to hold a ceremony, bestow the position of Pagoda Master on me in front of all the disciples of the pagoda. But on the day of the disaster, you and your father came. When I saw you, how could I still be in the mood to be the Tower Master of the Ice God Tower? For fear that you will come to harm. After that, I gave you the Ice Goddess Stone. After you left, your father and I were sealed by our disheartened Master. At that time, Master was almost unable to suppress the energy backlash from her cultivation deviation. The Ice God Tower was the culmination of her life's work, and she had to find someone to inherit it. And this person is my senior sister. At this point, the ice spirit paused for a moment before continuing. It's no wonder that the people in the tower don't know about my senior sister's existence. Senior apprentice sister entered the sect earlier than me, but her innate talent is slightly inferior to mine. Moreover, her constitution is very strange. She has a body of the same origin as ice and fire. Nian Bing, this point, you are the same as her. At that time, Master took a fancy to her body's uniqueness and accepted her as a disciple. Although senior apprentice, sister, cultivated very hard, her comprehension was always a bit lacking, which made Master very dissatisfied. Therefore, she never had the intention of passing the position of Tower Master to her. Later, senior apprentice, sister, suddenly disappeared after returning home. At that time, your father and I still didn't know each other, so I stayed in the tower. Senior apprentice sister's disappearance lasted for a very long time. When she returned to the Ice God Tower, her entire person changed and became abnormally silent. She would often hide in a corner and cry. The relationship between senior apprentice sister and I has always been very good. Although Master was extremely dissatisfied with senior apprentice sister's appearance and punished her to enter seclusion, before she reached the Archmage realm, she was not allowed to take a step out of seclusion. But because of Master's favor, I was able to see her often. It was because of this that most of the disciples in the tower only knew that Master had me as a direct disciple. Only a few older senior apprentice sisters knew of senior apprentice sister Bing Jie's existence. One day, I found an opportunity to secretly hide in senior apprentice sister's seclusion place. Only then did I know what happened to senior apprentice sister. It turned out that when senior apprentice sister returned home to visit her parents, she found out that her father was about to die. Senior apprentice sister lost her mother when she was young, and it was her father who raised her. To her father was the most important person. Her father's death immediately caused a huge change in senior apprentice sister's mentality. Her father was originally a chef, but because he was depressed after competing with a very famous chef in the God of Cookery tournament, he died. At that time, her father died unable to rest in peace. Until his death, he still wanted to defeat that chef. Because of this, Senior apprentice sister swore that she would definitely use her culinary skills to defeat her father's murderer and destroy his reputation. It was also because of this matter that senior apprentice sister disappeared for a period of time. She became the disciple of a good friend of her father's and learned cooking for a period of time. Later on, she used some unknown method to actually defeat that enemy and force that chef to sever his own hand tendons and retire from the world of cooking. Sadly, during the process of her contact with that chef, she actually fell in love with that person. It was also because of this that senior apprentice sister was destined to live a miserable life. Although she had returned, her heart had long been broken. She was very clear that the chef she liked had always placed cooking first in his life, but she had ruined his life. How could the two of them be together? So, everything was over. Everything had turned into a bubble. Senior apprentice sister could only come back and silently suffer the torture of her heart. She was a very pitiful person. Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, the master she worshipped was probably the camel god of cooking, Zixiao. Mom, I know who your senior apprentice sister fell in love with. That was my master. In the world of cooking, he was known as the ghost chef. And then the ice spirit looked at Nian Bing in shock and said, senior apprentice sister had always been in seclusion. Apart from enduring her own pain, she could only cultivate magic. Several years later, when I left the ice god tower, I met your father. Later, I had you. It was only when I had my own lover that I deeply understood the sorrow in senior apprentice sister's heart. Later, you and your father came to find me. Master was extremely disappointed in me and had no choice but to release senior apprentice sister, who had already cultivated to the level of archmage. As for your father and I, we were sealed in senior apprentice sister's death pass. Not long after, senior apprentice sister came to see me. She told me that master had already died and had passed on the position of ice goddess priestess to her. However, because senior apprentice sister had never appeared in the ice god tower, it could be said that she had no prestige. Thus, master ordered her to use magic to change her appearance to master's and continue the glory of the ice goddess priestess. Before master died, she used a special method to pass on her magic power to senior apprentice sister, causing her to become a new god descending master and open two apertures. Before master died, she ordered senior apprentice sister not to let me and your father go unless one day my strength was stronger than senior apprentice sister's. Senior apprentice sister didn't dare to disobey master's order. At the same time, she was also afraid that the Rong family would chase after us. Thus, she kept us there. Child, now you should understand that senior apprentice sister would never harm me and your father. Lanchin said, senior apprentice sister, no, Mom, you mean to say that the one who had been teaching me magic was not master, but senior apprentice sister Bingjie? But I didn't feel any difference between her and master. The ice spirit smiled and said, silly child, you were still young at that time. Around the time, you were less than 10 years old. Senior apprentice sister Bingjie had already replaced master's position. With her familiarity with master and her magic power, how could you have discovered it? As you gradually grew up, you had already adapted to senior apprentice sister's aura. Naturally, nothing would have happened. Actually, you have never truly seen senior apprentice sister Bingjie's appearance. Now that she has left, if my guess is correct, she should have gone to look for her lover. I hope she can find him. If that person can forgive senior apprentice sister, perhaps the latter half of senior apprentice sister's life will become happy. That is what I want to see the most. I will give her my blessings. Nian Bing said with a bitter smile, Mom, I'm afraid that won't happen, because my master is already dead. The ice spirit's whole body shook. She involuntarily said, what? You said that person is already dead? Nian Bing nodded and said, a few years ago, when I left the peach blossom forest, master had already died. Perhaps your senior apprentice sister still doesn't know, but Master has always been living in the peach blossom forest not far from here. Perhaps Master has always wanted to see your senior apprentice sister. However, this is the Ice God Tower. With my master's strength aside from his culinary skills, how could he come here? The ice spirit looked at Nian Bing somewhat absent-mindedly. Dead, he actually died. If senior apprentice sister knew, I'm afraid. Nian Bing sighed and said, perhaps this is the punishment she deserves. Back then, although Master defeated her father, that was in a formal competition. Originally, she shouldn't have wanted to take revenge, and even more so shouldn't have destroyed Master's heaven-defying hands. The mistake has already been made. Even if Master is still alive, the Mang Di in his heart won't disappear so easily. The matter has already passed, and Master is already dead. Mom, don't worry. Just let nature take its course. Back then, if the stock market was my master, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Don't you want to hear my story? Then I will tell it to you. Nian Bing's story lasted from morning to night. He tried his best to hide all the dangerous situations that he had encountered. He only recounted his experience once. When Rong Tian learned that Prince Rong had already allowed Nian Bing to return to the Rong family, his eyes became moist. Just like how the ice spirit always thought of herself as a disciple of the Ice God Tower, he also always thought of himself as a member of the Rong family. An entire day passed. Nian Bing realized that today seemed to have passed by exceptionally quickly. Even though Bing Jia had reminded him of his master who had passed away, he still felt a sense of bliss from seeing his parents. In front of her parents, she didn't need to be so strong. In front of them, she could always be a child. Another benefit of the West Meridian acupoint gradually came into play on this day. The Xiantian Qi nourished Nian Bing's body and constantly restored his bodily functions. His injuries were slightly lighter than those of the snow goddess priestess Bing Jia. Under the effects of the Xiantian Qi, although his strength was far from fully recovered, his injuries were gradually recovering. Moreover, she also had light magic. Recovering to her peak state was only a matter of time. At this moment, Nian Bing had already talked about the godly mainland and Halogen. After hearing Nian Bing's description of the godly mainland, Rong Tian and the ice spirit's expressions became much more serious. Rong Tian said, Nian Bing, have you told your grandfather about this? Nian Bing nodded and said, I've already told you. Grandfather didn't give me any advice. He only told me to deal with it myself. Moreover, I'm only guessing about the godly mainland's movements. I can't come to a conclusion yet. Father, what do you think I should do? Should I help the lost continent return, or stop it from returning? When saying this, he deliberately glanced at Halogen. Halogen didn't have any expression on his face. Only Qin stood at the side and listened in silence. Rong Tian sank into deep thought. Nian Bing was also thinking. Now that his parents had been rescued and the Feng people's matter had been resolved, the next most important thing for him was to face the approaching day of extreme Yin. If he chose to stop the lost continent from returning, it would be very easy. With the strength of the godly mainland's experts and the 7 Dragon Kings, it would be impossible for him to succeed. That lich evil moon had almost no chance, but he really didn't want to associate with those gods. Although Nian Bing didn't know where the other gods were, he was certain that they must have caused a lot of trouble for the Yangon continent. He really didn't want the godly mainland to continue existing like this. Otherwise, as soon as the gods returned to the godly mainland, the situation in the Yangon continent would definitely spread there. At that time, who could guarantee that the gods wouldn't come to this continent in large numbers? What could they bring? What would they bring? Nian Bing could only think of the word disaster. The threat of the godly mainland was very big. However, Nian Bing also thought of the unpredictable lost continent at the same time. A total of 10,000 years had passed. God knows what changes would happen to the lost continent. If the people of the lost continent also became like the godly mainland, once they returned, the destruction that they would cause would not be any smaller than the godly mainland. It might even cause more trouble. What troubled Nian Bing the most was that legend. Whoever used Miorda's bottle of sealing to summon the lost continent back would become the master of the lost continent. If that despicable evil moon became the master of the lost continent, then the Yangon continent would also suffer a calamity. Thinking of this, Nian Bing's heart became even more chaotic. Bing Yin stood behind Nian Bing. Her hand was always on Nian Bing's shoulder. Pure Xiantian Qi was constantly helping Nian Bing recover. Although her Xiantian Qi wasn't strong enough, the constant transmission greatly increased the speed of Nian Bing's recovery. Halogen suddenly said, "Nian Bing, you don't have to feel troubled because of me. Do what you want to do. As a person of the lost continent, I will only work hard for the lost continent. Even if we stand on opposing sides, I won't blame you. We will always be good brothers. Fighting for our ideals has always been the tradition of us dwarves." Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Now the most difficult thing for me is that I don't know which choice is right. I also don't know what I should do. However, the godly mainland in front of me is definitely not easy to deal with. Bribery is very likely to bring danger, and from the historical records of the lost continent, they just want to be free. It is far better than the reputation of the godly mainland. Although most of the information I know is from the historical records of the lost continent, I will never forget the words of the dragon god. Moreover, you also know that there are 3 terrifying true gods in the godly mainland. Even if the lost continent becomes more powerful than before, they may not be able to contend against those 3 true gods. I have dealt with the god of order once. From what I know, that guy is not much better than a normal god. Such a powerful existence like him actually sneak attacked me. I am more inclined to let the lost continent return. Perhaps only by messing up the water first can the peace of the Yangon continent be guaranteed. When the time comes, the godly mainland will definitely put all its experiences in the lost continent. However, if I do this, I will be helping Evil Moon. If that evil existence rules the lost continent, it will be a disaster for the continent itself. Moreover, I don't want to be enemies with Big Brother Halogen. At the same time, I also don't want to be enemies with the 7 Dragon Kings." Hearing Nian Bing say this, Rong Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. "Nian Bing, I have an idea." Nian Bing was delighted. No matter who it was, they would always worship their father. Nian Bing was no exception, even if he now had great power. However, Rong Tian still had an extremely high position in her heart. "What idea, Dad? Tell me quickly." Rong Tian smiled bitterly. "Actually, this is also a method that is not really a method. After hearing what you just said, I will analyze it for you. Right now, you have a very bad impression of the godly mainland. You are afraid that their soldiers will pose a threat to our Yangon continent. However, as for the lost continent, you are afraid that the Lich will rule the lost continent. Not only will it be a threat to our Yangon continent, but the people of the lost continent will also face trouble. Since this is the case, now there is a ready-made method in front of you. You hate those evil fellows. Your feelings are right. We cannot let them rule over the lost continent. However, the threat of the godly mainland is even more obvious now. Since this is the case, we can imagine that what you are most worried about is the legend of the lost continent, the legend of the curse of the 7 bottles. Then, regardless of whether this legend is true or not, we can first make preparations to avoid the danger brought by this legend. Nian Bing already somewhat understood her father's meaning. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Dad, you mean—" Rong Tian smiled and nodded, saying that's right. "Since Evil Moon can bring people to summon the lost continent back, then why can't you? If the lost continent submits to you in the end, you will become the new ruler of the lost continent. Then, won't all the problems be solved? No matter if it is fighting against the godly mainland or preventing the lost continent from harming the Yangon continent, it will no longer be a problem." Hearing Rong Tian's words, Halogen's eyes lit up. "Yes, Nian Bing, Uncle's words are really too good. Why didn't I think of it? If you can become the new ruler of the lost continent, then what do we have to worry about? That's great. This is really a wonderful idea. Nian Bing smiled bitterly. I don't want to become the ruler of the lost continent. Brother Halogen, you are originally a person of the lost continent. I also think that Father's suggestion is very suitable. Then, why don't you be the ruler of the lost continent? Halogen was shocked. He quickly shook his hand and said, No, I definitely can't. I only know how to fight and kill. In this aspect, even 100 of me can't compare to one of you. Moreover, in our clan's records, although the races of the lost continent are very united, but the ruler of the lost continent will always be humans. It's not because of racial discrimination, but because humans have always been the smartest of all the races. Don't try to shirk away from this. If this is settled, then everyone will be happy. As for the 7 Dragon Kings, we can think of another way. I think the dragons don't have a good impression of the godly mainland. They may not stand on the side of those gods. Nian Bing did not reject Halogen's suggestion. He knew that now was not the time to be modest. He thought for a while and said, Although Father's idea is not bad, there are still many problems in front of us. First of all, we don't know how to summon the lost continent with Miorda's sealing bottle. If we want to seize control of the lost continent at the last moment, then we must ask a tiger for its skin. Evil Moon is not easy to deal with. With his cunning, we may not be able to succeed. Secondly, once the lost continent really appears, it is equivalent to provoking the godly mainland. The godly mainland, which is still sealed, will definitely open the seal at the first moment and attack the lost continent. At that time, war will be inevitable. Although I am not from the lost continent, I don't want to see the lost continent suffer. Rong Tian said, Son, I understand your thoughts. But don't you feel that you are escaping? What will come will come, even if the lost continent does not appear. With the godly mainland situation, one day they will leave that hellish land and set foot on our home. Since that is the case, why don't we take the initiative? Only in this way can we take the initiative in our own hands. As for the problem you mentioned earlier, we can plan carefully. We will do our best to accomplish it. Hearing his father's words, Nian Bing nodded firmly. He realized that it felt good to have his father by his side. He didn't need to doubt his father's words. Previously, when it came to Prince Rong, he was very careful. Nian Bing had to be very careful. But when it came to his father, how could he not trust him? All right, since that is the case, we will temporarily settle on this. In about 3 months, it will be the day of extreme Een. During this time, I need to make some arrangements. Although we are much weaker than the gods and ordinary humans, this is our territory after all. There are still many things we can use. The ice spirit smiled. Son, your father and I didn't expect that in these 10 years, your experience would be so rich. You have been by our side for too short a time, and we have never fulfilled our responsibilities as parents. No matter what decision you make, Father and Mother will stand by your side. In these 10 years, although your father and I were sealed, we didn't stop practicing magic for a single day. Although Master died that year and was very disappointed in me before she died, she asked Senior Sister to give us her years of experience in magic. Now, I've already reached the level of an ice divine mage. Because of the environment here, your father's progress is slower, but he's already a fire archmage. When you need us, Mom and Dad will be your assistants. Nian Bing's eyes were a little wet. Looking at the kind smile in his mother's eyes, he secretly told himself that no matter what the result of this matter was, it was not necessary to let his parents be involved. Because he didn't want to see his parents, who had just escaped from the sea of suffering, suffer any more harm. Although he thought so in his heart, Nian Bing didn't show it on his face, and only nodded gently. Lan Chin smiled. Nian Bing, we have also talked for a day, and everyone is tired. You still need to heal. I will go and get some food first, and then everyone can rest early. When he heard the word eat, Nian Bing hurriedly said, Then I will do it. You, Mother, do you know? When I was learning how to cook with my master, I always thought how wonderful it would be if I could personally cook a meal for you all. But there, I always thought you were dead. Every time I thought of this, my heart felt very uncomfortable. Today, I must let you personally taste the dishes I made." Bing Ling said with some worry, "Silly child, what we eat is not important. As long as you are safe, that is our greatest happiness. Listen to me. You are not allowed to work hard today. Do you think senior sister's strength is a joke? Although I have worked very hard these years, I know that compared to senior sister who inherited master's ability, I still have a big gap. You fought with her and didn't rest. Your body won't be able to take it. All right, listen to me. Rest well today and cook for us. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Although Nian Bing was a little disappointed, he wouldn't refuse his mother's words. He could only look at Rong Tian for help. Rong Tian laughed and joked, "Don't look at me. Don't you know that your mother is now a dignified ice goddess priestess? It is easy for our family to make decisions." Bing Ling blushed and said, "Annoying, you only know how to make fun of me. All right, Chin Chin, let the disciples of the tower bring some food. Sai, from tomorrow onwards, it seems that I will also be busy." Taking over the position of ice goddess priestess wasn't a simple matter. She still had a lot of things to do. There was no lack of powerful magicians in the conflict zone. It wasn't easy to convince them wholeheartedly. Lan Chun left the room. Bing Ling pulled Nian Bing to the side and used magic to cover herself and her son, so that their voices wouldn't be heard. She said in a low voice, "Nian Bing, are you really married to Chin Chin?" Nian Bing scratched his head and said, "Mother, we can't be considered married. However, we are indeed together." Bing Ling suddenly said, "So that's how it is. I wish Chin Chin was still a virgin. Nian Bing, your father and I weren't by your side when you were young. If there's anything you don't understand about matters between men and women, you can ask your father." At this point, she couldn't help but blush. Nian Bing was sweating in his heart. "Mother, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? I actually already did that with Chin Chin. How could she still be a virgin?" Bing Ling laughed and said, "How could I see wrongly? How could I see wrongly in this aspect? The Ice God Tower has its own special way of identifying a virgin. Look at Chin Chin. There is a layer of lustrous membrane on her eyes. Why am I telling you this? Anyway, what I mean is that she is still a virgin." Nian Bing looked at his mother in a daze. His mother didn't look like she was joking with him. However, he and Chin Chin had already done it. What was going on? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately understood. The reason why his mother said that Bing Ling was still a virgin was probably related to the changes in the Phoenix volcano. Could it be that because of the rebirth of the Phoenix, even her body had once again become a perfect virgin? When he thought of this, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Nian Bing stayed in the Ice God Tower for half a month before reluctantly leaving. Bing Ling had already become the new priestess of the Ice Goddess. She and Rong Tian naturally didn't need to go to the Feng people. This was also an idea that Nian Bing had. He originally didn't plan to return to the Feng people in a short period of time. When Nian Bing left the Ice God Tower, he left Lan Chin behind. Other than needing Lan Chin to help his mother with the matters of the Ice God Tower, he also had some selfish motives. Of course, he definitely wouldn't let Lan Chin know about this. These days, he originally wanted to test whether or not Lan Chin was still a virgin. However, he never got the chance. Due to the replacement of the priestess of the Ice God Tower, the Ice God Tower fell into temporary chaos. Lan Chin was busy modifying the rules of the tower with Bing Ling every day. When he saw her tired appearance at night, how could Nian Bing have the heart to ask for anything else? A cold wind blew. The characteristic cold current of the Ice Moon Empire had already swept through the entire north. Traces of ice and snow could be seen in every corner of the empire. After eating breakfast, Nian Bing and Halogen left the Ice God Tower. Walking on the main road, Halogen said, Nianbing, I really envy you. Nianbing said, Big brother, do you know why I used the longevity blade to help you change your appearance and why it went so smoothly? Actually, I can feel that your mother's soul is in the longevity blade. In fact, she has never left you.